Good morning.
Morning, my lady. How are you?
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, my lady.
Morning. Can we call the
Good
matter?
morning, my lady.
Good morning.
Morning, my lady.
Good morning, Judge.
Irene, are you ready to call the matter?
Kan jij ingaan?
Irene, are you ready?
Yes.
Can you hear me, Irene?
Yes, Judge, I can hear you.
Please continue. We've been waiting.
Okay. Calling the matter of life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021.
Thank you very much. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath. When we adjourned on Friday, Ms. Foster was busy with cross-examination.
Morning, Judge.
Just before you proceed, I see there are two hands here. I noticed the one of Mr. Van Bergen first, then I'll give the opportunity to Mr. Sibera. And I think, I don't know whether Ms. Hassim also wants to address the court. I saw her face also here. Yes, you may proceed, Mr. Van Bergen.
My lady, before my learned friend Ms. Foster continues with her cross-examination, I wish to record my objection to the line of questioning that she has followed. And I will address your ladyship in detail on this issue. Your ladyship will recall with respect that Ms. Foster's line of questioning on the, and I just want to get the document up in front of me. Your ladyship will recall that she referred to the community discharge form that's on case lines 3593. And the line of questioning as it developed boiled down to the following. Ms. Foster said that the user in question, Mr. Paulus Magane, died of hypoglycemia, which is low blood pressure, low blood sugar.
One of the mental health coordinators is working with me.
And
just a second, there are people making noise in the background. Please don't disrupt the court. The court is in session.
Yeah.
One of you, please, if you know that your mic is not muted, please do so. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. And because, and this was her postulate, there was no reference on the community discharge form on page 3593 to hypoglycemia, she raised the speculative question of whether it may have been on the discharge summary, and she requested that an endeavour be made to see if those discharge summaries were available still in the Life Esidimeni records. My lady, she then went to the summary of the forensic pathologist, and your ladyship will recall she referred the witness to, I think it was paragraph 3G. I objected. I said she must refer to the full paragraph below that as well, and the debate then ensued and time ran out.
Yes.
My lady, the fact of the matter is that the whole premise on which this line of questioning was postulated is wrong. The patient did not die of hypoglycemia, as Ms. Foster stated. And I wish to refer your ladyship to page 3587. Which is the source document.
Just a second for me.
My apologies, 3578, my lady.
3578.
8. My lady, this is
Just bear with me.
as your ladyship pleases.
Just registering. There is a bit of a sound in the background. I don't know whether that will not affect our record. Please mute our mics if you are not addressing the court. Yes, I'm on the page.
Thank you, my lady. Your ladyship will note that this is a report on a medico-legal post-mortem examination conducted by Dr. Ryan Blumenthal, a forensic pathologist, on the deceased Mr. Paulus Magane.
Yes.
And your ladyship will note in the lines just above the date, that is paragraph small Roman 5, he states that as a result of my observations, a schedule of which follows, I concluded that the cause of death was the following, and he records natural causes, bilateral bronchopneumonia, and in brackets, background metastatic adenocarcinoma. So the cause of death, my lady, was not hypoglycemia as stated by Ms. Foster, but bilateral bronchopneumonia, which, according to Dr. Blumenthal, was a natural cause of death. Now, Ms. Foster may say, well, it's important. He says background metastatic adenocarcinoma. And in that respect, my lady, I wish to refer your ladyship in the same report to page 3581.
Yes.
Paragraph 19, the heading is liver, gallbladder, and biliary passages. Now, to refer your ladyship to the second bullet point, section of the liver shows multifocal yellow-white nodules which measure between 1 and 2 centimeters in size. These represent possible metastatic lesions. So the metastatic adenocarcinoma is a possibility because Dr. Blumenthal, in his actual report in which he noted his clinical finding, his forensic finding, says that these represent possible metastatic lesions. Now, my lady, the importance of this is the following. If cross-examination is premised on incorrect information, becomes a wild goose chase. and irrelevant. If Ms. Foster wanted to investigate the cause of death and whether there was a causal relationship between that cause of death and anything that Life Esidimeni is alleged to have done or not to have done, then it must be based on correct facts, which it isn't in this instance. The cause of death, as stated, is clearly incorrect. Now, my lady, why is this important, other than for the fact that such cross-examination is improper? It is important because, my lady, we are now actually dealing with the crux of what this inquest is about. What happened to the patients and what caused them to die? And is there a legally recognizable relationship between that death and the conduct of any conduct, or whether by act or omission on the part of any person? And I wish to illustrate the difficulties that can arise, my lady, if one doesn't deal with the facts as they pertain to a specific matter. And I would request your ladyship to turn to page 3549, just to identify the document first. Your ladyship will note in the case lines index that this is referred to as the Kalafong Hospital records in respect of the deceased Paulus Magane. And your ladyship will note that on page 3550, there is a document bearing the Kalafong Hospital Emergency Unit heading. And I wish to then to refer your ladyship to page 3551.
Yes.
And as background, my lady, your ladyship will recall that this is a user who was discharged on 12 May 2016 from Life Esidimeni, Waverley Care Centre, to Chepong NGO, and that he passed away at the Kalafong Hospital on 5 November 2016, almost 6 months later.
Yes.
My lady, if one looks at page 3551, it's a document headed Progress Report. It appears to be a nursing record of sorts, and the first date is 19 May 2016. That is a week after discharge from Life Esidimeni. I'm not going to take your ladyship through each and every of those dates, but perusal of that page will show that the user was able to bath himself, he had breakfast, and he appeared to be in a stable condition. My lady, I have reason to query whether this is in fact a Kalafong Hospital record, but that is not relevant at this stage. If your ladyship would then turn to the next page, 3552.
Yes.
And your ladyship will note that that is a continuation. There are entries for 30 May 2016, 7 June 2016, 3 September 2016, 5 September 2016, none of which raise any cause for concern. The last one on 5 September 2016 reads, up and about, medication and meals were taken, care rendered. So no indication of anything untoward, and this is now some 4 months after the discharge from Life Esidimeni. If your ladyship would then turn to page 3553.
Just a second. Yes.
Your ladyship will note the first entry is on 2 October 2016 at 1645. It reads, up and about, medication and meals were taken, care rendered. So no indication of anything untoward. On 11 October 2016 at 1000, the entry reads MHCU, condition fair. And then, although the handwriting is somewhat difficult to read, it appears to refer to medication that was given. And once again, it does not appear that there is anything recorded that would indicate concern. Then we get to the relevant entry on the date of death, 5 November 2016. And it reads, patient is feeling weak.
What page is that?
The same, my lady, 3553.
Okay, 3554.
3553, my lady. It's the third entry with the date 5/11/2016.
Yes, I'm there.
And your lady will note that there are 2 entries, the one at 900, which reads, patient is feeling weak, taken to hospital, refused to eat breakfast, is escorted by, it looks like HLW Mapula. I can't quite make out the name, but apparently he was taken to hospital by someone. And then at 1400, there's an entry, patient passed away at hospital, time of death not known. Now, my lady, those are facts of cardinal importance if one were to entertain a postulate such as that was raised by Ms. Forster. If one wants to draw a causative link between the death of the patient and, as Ms. Forster postulated, the alleged absence of certain records from Life Esidimeni, then one must look at these facts and ask oneself, well, if those records were available, would it have made a difference? And then we enter the realm of speculation. What is clear here, my lady, is that up until 5 November 2016, there was no reference whatsoever of any concern or anything untoward regarding this user's health status.
Yes.
One may perhaps, if one wants to investigate further, one could go back, my lady, to the post-mortem report on page 3579. Where your ladyship will note, just under paragraph 4.3,
Yes.
and this relates to the external examination of the deceased. Your ladyship will note the second bullet point. There is a 2 by 1 centimeter pressure sore located overlying the sacral prominence. That's in the small of the back. The third bullet point, there is a 2 by 2 centimeter pressure sore located overlying the spinal column curvature of the posterior thorax. That's more on the upper part of the spine. And one may then ask, well, pressure sores on the back of a patient are indicative of a patient who had been immobile for quite some time. And that would raise questions as to whether immobility in an aged patient like this one would have predisposed him to bronchopneumonia, and whether it would have predisposed him to developing sepsis. And it goes to what had happened at the NGO, because there are no notes that indicate that they were even aware of the presence of pressure sores. My lady, in the long and short of this monologue on my part is firstly, and there are two issues. The first is Ms. Foster's cross-examination was inappropriate. It was based on an incorrect statement regarding the cause of death. And from there, it led further and further away from what your ladyship needs to find, and it was of less assistance to your ladyship than may have been the case had the facts been presented correctly. The second is, my lady, this case, Mr. Paulus Machane, illustrates with respect, I submit, the manner in which each and every of these 144 deceased users' cases will have to be dissected and the actual facts determined. And in the absence of that, my lady, your ladyship will not be in a position to determine whether the cause of death, if it can be identified, was due to the act or omission of any particular party, which may constitute an offence. It is easy to make broad and sweeping allegations against whomever one wants to make those allegations. But it takes one nowhere unless a specific allegation is individualized in respect of a particular deceased. And only then can one see whether it is relevant or not relevant. And my lady, why I raise this at this point is I am concerned that if this matter is going to proceed on the basis of broad sweeping statements, we are going to spend time here that will ultimately rival the Zondo Commission without getting us closer to what your ladyship actually has to determine.
Okay.
As your ladyship pleases.
Thank you very much. Ms. Foster?
This is my lady. My lady, the court has now listened for 16 minutes to the monologue of my learned colleague, Mr. Van Bergen, on a question which is totally irrelevant. To put to me that I tried to mislead this court, I take it a very serious light.
Why do you say, just a second, why do you say this is irrelevant? According to you, it is irrelevant, but the court has to give each one of you an opportunity and hear the submissions.
My lady,
if you find it irrelevant, that might not be what the court thinks.
I will explain to the court why I say so.
Please do so.
My question was never regarding the cause of death. I will never be so presumptuous to make a finding of a cause of death which is in this court's realm, and that is why this court is busy with a formal inquest. My question to the witness related to the documents that was accompanied the medical care health users that was transferred from one facility to another. The only thing I pointed out to Ms. Buthelezi was in the post-mortem, it indicated that the patient suffered from low blood sugar and the patient had cancer. Obviously, that will have a detrimental effect on the patient's well-being, on his care, on his health, to the facility that he's transferred to. That is very relevant information that that facility needs to know. I never went to the cause of death. I never asked the court to make a finding regarding the causal link. I never, ever put any question to that witness, to Ms. Buthelezi, regarding the cause of death. My only question was, is this the only form that accompanied the medical care house user? If so, is there other forms? And is there a possibility that these two mental health conditions would have been indicated in the other form? That was my question.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
No. Can I give Mr. Foster, Mr. Van Bergen the opportunity to reply?
Thank you, my lady. The question that was put by my learned friend, Ms. Foster, to Ms. Buthelezi, well, it was a statement. She said, the patient died of hypoglycemia. That was the statement that was made. It is not mentioned on this report. And I may have paraphrased and abbreviated it, but the statement that was made was that the patient died of hypoglycemia. That is a positive statement as to what Ms. Foster contended caused the death of the patient. And it cannot be understood in any other manner, my lady. My lady, I stand by what I said. The line of questioning was not correct.
I'm going to ask that please let's stick to the relevant questions. Otherwise, this is going to mislead the court. We must not take advantage of the fact that we have got a voluminous record.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Yes, and you must also, before you cross-examine a witness, I don't understand as to why did we specifically go to this Paul Mohani, because this person died 6 months after he left life Esidimeni. I'm just stating that please check when you ask questions and let us not cloud this record. Continue. I'm going to request Mr. Van Bergen, if you feel that some of the questions that are being asked are not relevant, please indicate to the court, because the court might not on its own be able to pick up some of the questions.
As your ladyship pleases.
Thank you very much. Let's not leave them for far too long. Yes, before Ms. Foster proceeds, there was a hand by Mr. Sibara.
As the court, please, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Sibara.
I wanted to assist the court with regard to Precious Nove.
What is that?
And others. Precious
Oh,
Nove.
yes. Yes, thank you very much.
My lady, we managed to.
That was Miss Nove and Diane
Noile. And Miss Skukuni, if I'm not mistaken.
No. There was also Miss Sikukuni, and then yes, and then what about Clarina Morale? Is she represented?
I'm not sure, my lady.
Okay, but we're making. It seems we're making progress. Noile and Sikukuni, Dorothy Sikukuni. Yes.
My lady, over the weekend, we managed to read their statements. And unfortunately, there's conflict on all three of them. However, we managed to get information from the Pretoria Society of Advocates.
Yes.
They've got a pro bono desk. So the three persons should approach the Law Society in Pretoria.
That is what I've been saying. I don't know, but that is what I've been saying. I will just check if
they should approach the Law Society urgently, so that they can process their pro bono with the Pretoria Society of Advocates bar.
Okay.
That is how it works, because the bar can't accept them directly.
Yes, correct.
So they need the pro bono attorney.
Yes,
so
correct.
That our pro bono desk can process their legal representations.
Yes, I just mentioned it previously as one of the options, because at the beginning, I clearly indicated that there are many options, in particular, the pro bono desk of the Law Society.
Yes.
Thank you very much. It's
Monday.
Are they here?
It's Monday today, my lady. If they can move fast today to
Where
the Law
are they?
Society.
Are they available today?
I saw Precious trying to log in now.
Can I just check?
I don't know that she managed.
Yes, my lady, I am available.
That is who?
Dorothy.
Dorothy, yes, I can see her.
Can we check, because I've never seen the face of Miss Noile. I keep on seeing Ethel Ngube.
I am here, my lady. I try to log in every day, but I think I have a problem with it. It's Miss Noile. Noile.
I don't see your face. Are you on Ethel's desk?
No.
Okay.
I'm not. I switched on my camera. My camera is turned on.
Okay.
You cannot see me even now.
Please ensure that without wasting any time going to the Legal Aid Board waiting for their decisions, while you also wait for their decisions, please try to go to the Law Society as soon as possible.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes. Because the proceedings are on, are you able to hear this also on YouTube so that you can avail yourself to the Law Society and make the necessary applications?
Yes, I can be able to get on YouTube as well.
Please do that, and then as soon as possible, and come back and join the proceedings before we proceed with any other evidence.
Thank you very much, my lady.
Okay.
Noted.
I'm talking to the three of you. That is Miss Ngube, Noile, Miss Kukuni. Where is Miss Morale?
Yeah, my lord.
I hope are you covered?
No, not yet.
Yes, I think this also refers to you. Please communicate with them. See to it that you approach the Law Society in Pretoria as soon as possible, the pro bono desk of the Law Society, and see if they can assist you.
I'll do so.
Did you make an application to the Legal Aid Board also?
Yes, I did. Even I've tried to re-appeal to them.
Okay, yes.
I'll go and get the results on Wednesday.
Today it's Monday. Don't wait for those results. Try, because we don't know as to whether you will also get assistance there. Just see what you can do. And there were also two, let me just take this 5 minutes. I don't know whether Tiseto Malebe and Mr. Neil Weselo. Are they available, or are they just listening from you?
I'm here, Your Honor.
Yes, where is Tiseto? You are for Shama House, and Tiseto Malebe for Bafeni.
Yes, I'm here, ma'am.
Yes. Is it correct that the other day, I can't even see your face? I got reports that despite the fact that you were advised about legal representation, you elected not to be represented. Do you confirm that on record? Mr.
Yes,
how do you pronounce your surname, Neil?
Veselo.
Veselo, Neil Veselo.
Yeah, that's right, Your Honor.
Okay. You say you confirm that you don't want legal representation?
I do, my Honor. I do, Your Honor.
Okay, and Tiseto?
No, I'm fine, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. On that note, I'm going to give an opportunity to Ms. Foster to proceed with cross-examination of the witness.
My lady, finally,
yes,
we managed to upload our documents, so they are found on case line. That is under 404. So our attorney managed to create a section there. Is 404, Dr. Manamela's documents.
404.
404, madam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith.
Yes, please, the court, madam.
Thank you. Ms. Foster, are you ready?
That's a good reason, my lady. I am.
Just a second. There were a lot of things there. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath. You may proceed.
Mara, why also
Good morning, Ms. Buthelezi.
Please, Council, please. We even tried to have a directive. You know, I don't understand what is happening.
My lady,
please mute your mics. If you are not on record, avoid having chats because we can hear everything that you say, and this disrupts our record. Please don't disrupt the proceedings. Continue.
Thank you, my lady.
Ms. Foster, before you proceed, I'm going to urge you, please. Assist the court. You know, I know you have been a prosecutor for years. Assist us. I hope don't bring in information which doesn't take this matter anywhere, please.
As the court pleases, my lady. Ms. Buthelezi, can you please tell the court, Dr. Makashwa testified that medical care health users will suffer from adjustment syndrome. Are you familiar with the term?
Come again?
Adjustment syndrome. Are you familiar with the term?
Not the last part, my lady, of syndrome, but
I can't hear her properly. Yes.
Not the last part of syndrome, but it was difficult for care users to adjust to new environment.
So am I correct to say that routine in a well-known environment?
No, something is wrong. I don't know whether other people follow you. I can't hear you properly. I don't know whether you are close to. Just sit properly.
I have adjusted my volume. Is it me or Ms. Buthelezi that the court has got a problem with?
Mr. Makani, can you please switch off your camera? Mr. Makani, thank you. If you may start with your first question, Mr. Foster. I didn't hear you. I don't know what's happening. Just try again. Yes.
I asked Ms. Buthelezi if she's familiar with the term adjustment syndrome.
Okay.
And that's a term that Dr. Makashwa testified about. He said that medical care health users suffer from adjustment syndrome. Ms. Buthelezi, if you can please just repeat your answer.
The last part we say syndrome. I don't know it, but what I know is that care users, it was difficult for them to adjust in a new environment.
Thank you. Thank you. My lady, I would like to refer the court to page 415. It's not necessary for Ms. Buthelezi to go to that specific page. I just want to put it to you that according to Ms. Gordon, she testified that the NGOs where the patients with the medical care health users were transferred from Waverley was it's on page 415, Ms. Gordon.
That's the second one.
The NGOs that the medical care health users were transferred to from Waverley Care Centre was Sipong, Oredile, El Shaddai, Rafdeni, and Shamala. Would you agree with that, or does it ring a bell?
What is the question?
Ms. Gordon, in her statement, said that the medical care health users from Waverley Care Centre were transferred to the following NGOs, and that appears on page 415 of case lines.
Yes.
It was Oredile, El Shaddai, Rebafeni, Shamala, and Sipong. My question, you can answer.
Those were the new NGOs that we didn't know of.
Did any of these NGOs ever visit your facility at Waverley? To look at the circumstances and assess your environment?
Not in my knowledge.
Was there any reasons provided to you by, as a good pleases?
Just a second, Ms. Foster. Continue.
As good pleases. These NGOs were stipulated or indicated by the Department of Health, is that correct?
That's correct.
Was there any reasons provided to you by the Department of Health why your medical care health user specifically has to go to these specific NGOs?
Those were the NGOs that were on the list when the project started. So mental health care users were to be transferred to those NGOs.
Ms. Dr. Makashwa, did he ever visit Waverley Care Centre?
Yes.
Will that be frequent visits? How many times will it happen that he comes to visit the facility?
My lady, is it under normal circumstances or during the project?
During the project.
But I can't estimate, but he did visit.
Are you aware of the quarterly meetings that was held between Dr. Makashwa and the Department of Health? Did you have any knowledge about quarterly meetings held between the two parties?
Yes, I do. The reason is some of the meetings were held in Waverley Care Centre.
Okay. Are you aware of any concerns that was raised by the Department of Health during these quarterly meetings regarding your care centre?
The Department of Health was conducting audits twice per year, scheduled and unscheduled. So we'll receive a report from the Department of Health via our head office.
Okay. And was there any concerns that you have knowledge of that was raised during these audit reports?
Yes, we'll go through as a team, we'll go through the audit report and correct what was not correct and send a report, a written report.
Can you provide the court with an example for instance, what would one of the concerns be?
The concern will be maybe the ablution had a urine smell, as an example.
Okay. Did you receive any concerns from the Department of Health that your medical care health users were dehydrated or starved or malnourished that you can remember?
There was never that report in all the audits that they conducted.
The Department of Health audit reports, scheduled and unscheduled, who will normally come to conduct these reports from the Department of Health? Who will visit the facility? Was it the same person or was it different people?
It's different people, but there will be an addition of the regular people.
So then they will have an inspection and you will receive a report back. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Buthelezi, was there ever any internal transfers from one Esidimeni facility to another? Did that also happen?
Yes, it did.
And if it's an internal transfer, what will the procedure be?
We'll send the whole file.
From the one facility to the other facility?
That's correct.
Can you please tell the court, what do you understand under the term clinician? What is a clinician, according to your knowledge?
A clinician is somebody who's providing care.
Not necessarily somebody with a medical degree. Is that correct?
Come again, I didn't understand the question.
It will not necessarily be somebody with a medical degree. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Friday that it was your responsibility to inform the family. What did you mean by that? What did you have to inform the family about?
We're informing the family that the Gauteng Department of Health is terminating the contract with Life Esidimeni.
And how would you inform the family? Will you phone them? Will you write an email? What was the mode of communication?
In my statement, I've written, we had a family meeting which was conducted on a yearly basis where families come together. Then we informed them on that day, and we also posted the communication at the guardhouse and also at the reception. And some of the families who were not present were informed telephonically, those that have telephones with us.
Ms. Buthelezi, you were, my learned colleague, Mr. Hodes, focused a lot on a Health Advance Institute report under cross-examination. Can you remember? A report was put to you, question by question, by Mr. Hodes, and he asked you if you agree or disagree with questions. Can you remember that?
Yes, I do.
My question to you is a bit different. I just want to know, were you ever requested to provide any information to your knowledge for this report? Did anybody ever approach you to say, we want information to conduct this Health Advance Institute report? Did you ever provide information?
I don't remember.
So this report and where the information came from, that's not within your knowledge. Is that correct?
That's correct.
My lady, if the court can just give me 1 second, I think I'm finished. I just want to peruse my notes quickly.
Okay, you can.
Mr. Talesi, my last question, I just want to know, can you remember a medical care house user by the name of Karen Lockman?
What is the name?
Karen Lockman. I'm specifically referring to case docket 104, my lady. That specific case docket.
Page 104.
No, case docket 104.
And the page on case line?
7447. My lady, maybe let me just double check that page number. The beginning of the case docket 104. Okay.
105.
My lady, it starts at page number 7386 on case lines. Ms. Marriott, it's not necessary. I was just wondering if she remembers the patient. Thank you very much. Ms. Buthelezi, can you remember a medical care house user by the name of Karen Lockman? Not?
No.
That's perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, Thank you, my lady. I do not have any further questions for this witness.
Thank you very much. Who is next?
My lady, Advocate Sibara.
Okay, yes.
For Dr. Manamela,
okay.
Advocate Makani will be asking questions to this witness. From my mind, I think he's a bit junior to other colleagues. I don't know how the other colleagues would feel.
But
I've seen that this Advocate Mboweni, she's more senior than him. I'm just mentioning a few.
Okay.
Advocate Sibogo, she's senior than him. As a please record, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Mboweni and Ms. Siboko, who wants to follow? Do you want to follow him, or given the seniority, or are you going to follow the others to say that it's better for you to cross-examine after the Manamela's team, Dr. Manamela's team?
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, it would be appropriate for me to follow so that I'll be able to ask the relevant questions. I have no objection to my learned colleague taking the lead in this regard.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Siboko? You are muted.
I beg your pardon?
Yes.
As the court pleases.
Yes.
On Friday, I had informed you that I had one question for Ms. Buthelezi. That question has since been clarified through the interaction with Ms. Foster. I have no questions for Ms. Buthelezi.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sibara, your colleague, Mr. Makani, can proceed.
To proceed, madam.
As the court, please, my lady. Good morning, Ms. Buthelezi.
Morning.
Ma'am, I want to first refer you to your statement, paragraph 4.
If you can take the court to the page again.
It's page 1434. It reads as follows.
Just before you start, does the witness have the statement before him?
Yes, I do, my lady.
Okay, you may proceed, Mr. Makani.
It reads as follows. I was informed of the termination of the contract via a memorandum received from our principal in the head office that the hospital will be closing down. Prior thereto, we had a strategy planning session with the GDOH and the hospital manager, as well as the principals from the head office. During the sessions, we were informed that the GDOH was planning to terminate the live Esidimeni services, but they intended doing so in session. When was this, ma'am?
2013.
What did this memorandum say specifically as to when are they planning on terminating?
I don't remember specifically, but they've said by 2020, all patients need to be out of life Esidimeni.
After you became aware that there will be a termination process, what is it that you have done in terms of planning on your side alone?
we were given instructions from the head office. For example, concerns were raised in that meeting. There were a lot of concerns that were raised in the meeting. One of the concerns that were raised was, one, patients, mental health care users are going to be placed in an NGOs which are nearer their families. Two, most of them didn't have the IDs, and how are they going to access the social grant, because most of the NGOs need social grants. And thirdly, another concern was the staff. How are they going to deal with the staff, because this will mean retrenchments and will mean retrenchment packages. Are they going to meet life Esidimeni halfway? And secondly, how are they, another thing was the psychological preparation of the mental care user who, in terms of adjustment in a new environment.
Maybe perhaps
those were some of the concerns, yes.
My question is not about concerns. My question is purely on the plan from your side. I'm asking this because you are in possession of the mental health care users. The department says to you, we'll be terminating the contract. Surely you guys should prepare them for the moving. So my question is, what was your plan?
Our plan
My apologies, Ms. Buthelezi. I just don't know whether the witness is clear as to which period is referred to, my lady, because in paragraph 4, there is a reference to the 2013 information of closing down, and that would have been done in phases. So I'm not clear whether, and I'm not sure whether the witness is clear, whether this question relates to the 2013 plan, the 2013-2020 plan, or whether it refers to the marathon project.
Mr. Makhanya can clarify the witness.
My lady, if my learned friend, I don't understand this objection because
he's not objecting, he's just saying the question is not clear to the witness. But in that, lady,
I will still come to the statement.
Yes, what I understand from this question, you want to know immediately after they got information according to this paragraph. She said they got information. Then you want to know, after getting the information, what did they do in terms of planning? But now,
that is correct.
But if you listen to your learned friend properly, he wants to know the period specifically. He wants the witness to be clarified as to the period specifically, because there is an issue of the marathon project. There are also other things from 2013. If you can hear the witness's response, she says what they wanted was that the patients by 2020 should be out of life Esidimeni. So is it not possible just to specify and clarify the witness?
No, my lady, I'm still going to come to the other years. I'm still on 2013 when they received the information. Whether it was to be implemented in 2020. Hence, I'm saying my learned friend, I don't understand why he wants clarity on this.
Okay, let's hear him first. Let's hear Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. That clarifies it, because it wasn't clear as the question was posed, whether it referred to the marathon project or to the 2013 information. But my learned friend has clarified it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You can respond. I hope you understand the question, Mrs. Witness.
May I request that he repeats the question?
Okay. The question is as follows. In 2013, as per your testimony, you received information that there will be termination. We're still, don't be confused. We're still going to come to the 2014, 2015. We are still going to come there. But I'm saying now, you receive that there is a plan or there is a plan to terminate by 2020. So my question is precisely from when you receive the news or the information that there's going to be termination, what is it as a department that you started doing? Did you do anything?
Which was difficult.
Because your answer previously, which did not answer my question, was you speaking about consents. I understand you got the consents. I'm purely on the plan that you had.
Can I respond now?
You may.
Okay. It's because there was no plan that came from the Department of Health to guide us on how the process is going to unfold. The plan was requested by our principals in the head office, and we never received that plan.
Yes, continue.
Ma'am, you are a hospital. Surely you should have developed your own plan as to how are you going to you were entrusted on preparing the mental health care users and so forth. Why didn't you develop any plan? So you waited on the GDOH to provide you with a plan. So you never had a plan. Is that what you're saying?
We were receiving
You were?
We were receiving the instructions from our head office because the plan was to start to close a vet ward first so that patients, mental health care users are transferred to our facility. Discussions in our climate meeting with the mental health care user, this was discussed because we had our climate meeting with the mental health care user on monthly basis.
But if I understand this question, Mr. Makani wants to know if Life Esidimeni had a plan as to what to do after people like you from Waverley got the information.
Our head office didn't provide us with a plan, except that to say they will start by closing vet board and transfer some of the mental care users to Waverley Care Center and other facilities.
Okay. Continue.
As the copies. Thank you, ma'am. You may, I just don't want to, let me start with on paragraph 5. If you can go on to paragraph 5. It reads as follows. We were informed that the GDOH intended to reduce the number of patients at the rate of 20% per annum until 2020, when the project was to be completed and the facility completely closed. Did you get that?
Yes, I do.
Did you reach this target?
The target was not reached because there were discussions between our head office and Department of Health.
What were the discussions?
I wouldn't know, but there were some challenges with them, but I don't know what were those, except the ones that I raised in relation to staffing and retrenchment of staff.
Continue.
As the court, please. Ma'am, I'm sorry to take you off the statement a bit, but this is also very much important. when you were questioned by Advocate Foster, you said when a mental health care user is to be transferred internally, the whole file is to be taken together with the mental care health user. Did I get you on that?
That's correct, yes.
So now, what prevented Life Esidimeni from, when the mental health care users were either transferred to the hospitals or to the NGOs, to go together with their files, original files?
It was never a practice that when the mental health user is transferred to NGO is given the file. The file belonged to Life Esidimeni, but they were given a comprehensive summary report for continuity of care.
But this situation cannot be compared. I'm just waiting for the court to...
No, continue, I'm listening.
Okay. This situation cannot be compared to when the contract was still in existence. Here we find ourselves, or you found yourselves in a situation where the contract was already terminated. So you never had a contract with the GDOH anymore. It has ceased to exist. It has terminated. So why didn't you give...
My lady, if I may interrupt, that issue was already addressed in previous cross-examination. The contract was in existence until the end of June 2016.
Yes, I remember. Mr. Makani?
My lady,
if you remember the evidence of Dr. Mokachwa, the very same question was asked. I can't remember as to whether it was by Mr. Sibara or who. And the response was that at the time, the contract had not yet ended, as it was extended until June 2016.
My lady, I will leave that for argument in the event your ladyship is not comfortable with me taking it further. But I was asking it on the basis of what he has said. Even though it is different now, my lady. Even if the contract was still in place, but you find yourself in a situation where this person, whether he's transferred in May or she's transferred in May, you are very much aware that at the end of June, the contract is coming to an end. Surely that person, when the person leaves in May, should be given the whole file or the original. That is where I was coming, my lady. Whether the contract, because it must not be said as if the contract was continuing beyond that. They knew whether the person is living forever, for lack of better word, my lady. Hence the question, why don't you give the person the file? Because the person is living forever from license.
Okay, let me hear Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. I hadn't put my hand up, but my face must have told a story. My lady, this is a constant refrain in the cross-examination. The witnesses being told that they should have given the complete file.
Yes.
My lady, perhaps the cross-examiner, in this instance, my learned friend, Mr. Makani, can say on what authority he says that complete file should have been given. Because just to make the bold statement that the complete file should have been given does not take the matter further. It's been asked and answered many times.
Yes, what is saying is that now that you as Life Esidimeni knew that the contract was going to end, although I don't know on what basis, but he will respond, he will reply. All what he's saying is that you as Life Esidimeni, why didn't you release the complete file with the patient when the patient was transferred? Now that the contract, you knew that the contract was going to end. That is what, yes.
If I may address that, my lady, that issue was specifically addressed by Dr. Mokachwa, and I don't want to say what he said because I don't.
I know what he said. Yes.
Your ladyship will recall.
Yes.
The point that I'm making is, it is put to this witness that the file should have been given. The patient must be given the file. The issue is on what authority does the cross-examiner, Mr. Makani, in this instance, rely for that statement?
Okay.
The answer has already been given by Dr. Mkachwa. But I submit that if my learned friend can identify a specific regulation or act or other...
Yes, I get your point, yes.
It would assist this court. Otherwise, we're going around in circles.
Yes, but what I pick up from what he's saying before you step down, this question, the way it's a follow-up to the witness evidence to say when a patient is transferred from a facility of life Esidimeni to another one, an internal facility, the patient is transferred with the complete file. That is how I understand his question. Yes. So he's comparing that with a situation where patients are transferred to NGOs. I get your point. Let me.
My lady, yes. I beg your ladyship's pardon, but just to complete that picture, Ms. Buthelezi was then asked,
yes,
what prevented Life Esidimeni from sending the file to an NGO or other facility, and this within Life Esidimeni internally? And her answer was, it was never the practice.
It's never the practice, yes. Thank you.
Pleases.
Mr. Makani?
As the court, please, Malik. I might have missed something. We had to rejoin again, but it's fine. Let me.
Yes, but what Mr. Van Bergen is raising is that what is the authority that prompts you to say why did they not release the patient with the entire file?
Okay, Malik. I can lay a basis for that and continue if he's speaking about the authority, but it's fine, ma'am. You are a professional nurse for many years. I would estimate from your statement that it spans over to 3 decades. Am I right?
That's correct.
And did you treat patient yourself or the mental health care users personally?
Yes, I did.
And when you did so using the complete file. Am I correct?
That's correct.
So you would also agree with me that when the mental health care user is transferred to another hospital or NGO, when he has to be assessed by another health practitioner, it will be of great assistance when the person is in possession of the complete file.
Not necessarily complete file, because as a registered nurse, you are expected to do your own assessment of the mental health care user.
Wouldn't it assist to have the full history of someone from the file?
As a psychiatric nurse, you need to do a whole assessment of a mental health care user.
My question remains unanswered. I'm saying to you, wouldn't it assist for you to have the whole file, or for the health practitioner to have the file, to say, I've got the history of this individual. This individual has been having this condition for the past 20 years. Every year towards this month, this is what happens, and so forth. So wouldn't that assist?
It would assist, but we're giving a comprehensive summary report to the NGOs or to the hospitals where the mental health care user was transferred to.
But ma'am, when you transfer the whole file or the file or when you transfer the mental health care user internally, you take the whole file you don't write the comprehensive report.
That's correct.
Wasn't that to simplify the assessment of someone who's going to assess the mental health care user, wherever mental health care user was going, but within Life Esidimeni.
Like I said, it was never a practice that we transfer the mental health care user to an NGO or to a provincial hospital with the whole file. But when the mental care user is transferred internally, because the documents belong to the company, it's the same documents, we'll transfer the patient, the mental care user with the whole file. To qualify that, as a registered psychiatric nurse, the file will assist, but it is expected of you to do your own assessment from head to toe.
It's fine, but you said something here, and I think I must ask. You said the document belongs to the company. Isn't the file that of the patient?
It is.
So which document is that of the company?
Yes, it belongs to the patient, but the copyright it belongs to the company.
Okay.
So you're saying the file is not that of the patient, is that of the company of Life Esidimeni?
It's for the patient.
Thank you. So in other words, I put it to you that you should have used the very same method when you were transferring patients to NGOs and to hospitals, where you transfer them together with the file.
My answer still remains, it was never a practice to do that.
But let me let me not labor on this point further. What did this summary report entail?
The periodical report, like the 13A, it will talk about how the mental and the physical state of the mental health care user before admission, during admission, and the recent information.
Continue.
As the court, please. I'm just going through my handwritten notes. Okay. Let's quickly go to paragraph 7 of your statement. It reads as follows. Life Esidimeni had, throughout the currency of the contract, worked with the GDOH, the Mental Health Review Board, and the existing NGOs to transfer the mental health care users capable of transfer to either NGOs or discharge them in the same care or in the care of their families. At the time, the number of the NGOs that we're dealing with were limited. The transfer of the MHCUs were very slow due to limited available resources. My question from that paragraph says, do you perhaps know how many NGOs were?
How many NGOs were?
Do you perhaps know as to how many NGOs were there at that time on GDOH's database?
No, my lady, I didn't know.
So what informs you of these limited available resources?
It's because it was difficult for us to transfer mental health care users to those NGOs because they were always full. It was a struggle.
It is my instructions that the following NGOs were on the database. Tshwane had 31 NGOs. Had 31.
Yes.
Tshwane district had 31. The Johannesburg district had 45.
Yes.
West Rand had 11. Then Esidimeni also had 19.
Yes.
Ekurhuleni had 19. To put it in terms of beds, it is my instructions that Tshwane had 1046 beds.
How many beds?
So in the Tshwane district, it was 1046 beds.
Yes.
Johannesburg, it had 1491 beds. Ekurhuleni had 1221 beds, 1221 beds.
Yes.
Esidimeni had 516 beds.
Yes.
West Rand had 495 beds. Are you saying that it was always the case that all these NGOs were full?
May I respond?
Yes, you can.
The Gauteng Department of Health expected us to place mental health care user to the NGOs which are nearer their families. And most of our care users were from around Ekurhuleni. Like I've indicated that we're receiving mental health care user from hospitals like Bara, Tambo, Telemokwerani, Westkopis, and Storfontein. But you find that most of the mental health care users were from Soweto. So we have to transfer the NGOs to the mental health care users to the NGOs that are nearer their families.
Continue.
As the court, please.
Ma'am, let's go to now. Just a second. It's now 11:25. Can we break at past? If you can just finish your question, your last question, then
okay, my lady. If your lady, we can we break now and then we'll continue after tea. You can just take the 15 minutes from now.
Okay. This is now 11:25. It means we'll come back at 11:45. The witness is warned. I think we can just take the break now. Mr. Watbringle, welcome.
Thank you.
Yes.
I was just coming on because we're breaking. I'm
Okay.
accustomed to doing
Can
that.
we
Maybe
take
from
the
next
tea
week.
adjournment and resume at 11:45? Thank you very much.
May it please the court, my lady.
As the court, please, my lady.
Are we ready to proceed?
Thank you, my lady.
The witness is reminded that she's still under oath, Mr. Makani.
As the court please, my lady. Ma'am, paragraph 8 of your statement reads as follows. It must be borne in mind that Life Esidimeni does not admit mental health care users directly. The mental health care users came as referrals from institutions such as Terkfontein, Vescopis, and Tara. Whilst the GDOH wanted us to reduce the number of MHCUs in our facilities, more MHCUs were referred to the Life Esidimeni from the facilities. Dr. Manamela agrees with this statement, or with this part of the statement. She also adds that in order to assist you guys not to receive more mental health care users after the instructions of the reduction, she had to write a letter to the hospitals informing them that they shouldn't make more refers to the hospitals, to Life Esidimeni. Do you perhaps know that?
Yes, I do.
As the court, please.
Yes,
All right.
continue.
We'll therefore move to paragraph 9 of your statement, which is page 1435. It reads as follows. We also cannot simply transfer the MHCUs to either NGOs or their family members when they are not sufficiently stable to cope with the transfer. Some MHCUs will become aggressive when discharged to an NGO, and the MHCU will then be sent back to Life Esidimeni.
That's correct.
Who would send these MHCUs back to Life Esidimeni?
The NGO, I'll give you an example. An NGO like St. Michan, when we transfer the mental health care user to them, we'll transfer them with a 11 and a 12. Mental Health Care User, Mental Health Care Act form 11 and a 12. So that it's easy for them when the mental health care user become aggressive, the mental health care user is returned back to Life Esidimeni.
As the court is. Ma'am, it is my instructions that that procedure of sending back the MHCU back to Life Esidimeni after it was sent to an NGO is incorrect on both parties, and it's wrong. Because when a mental health care user relapses at an NGO, such mental health care user should be sent to the nearest hospital or clinic.
My lady, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I still, again, cannot see the red dot. Are we recording or am I just not seeing it?
It's recording on my screen. It shows. Let me just.
I'm also checking, and I thank you for always reminding us to check. Thank you very much. What is your response?
My response is, this happened long time ago. It was something, it was not something that happened now. It was a long time ago, and that was since corrected.
But you'd agree with me that, or let me say this. Why did you see a need to write this paragraph on this statement?
I don't recall.
Because let me tell you something that if it's unfair to you, your legal representative will object. When I read this, it creates an impression that it's better to keep the mental health care users at Life Esidimeni than to transfer them to NGOs.
That's not true.
But you are failing to tell us why did you write this, because you say it has been corrected, and you were at a wrong to receive. You knew very well you were at a wrong to receive a mental health care user that has relapsed from an NGO, and the NGO was also at a wrong to send the mental health care user to you back. You accept that?
It's because when they, with like in St. Michel, it will be leave of absence. It was not totally a placement or a discharge or transfer.
So do you agree? Because he wants to, he's asking whether you agree that that was wrong. I haven't heard you saying it was wrong. You just said that was something that happened in the past and it was corrected.
So it means it was wrong, yes.
Oh, okay.
As the court, we'll go to paragraph 10 of your statement, still on page 1435. It reads as follows: Life Esidimeni itself had a criteria that when a mental health care user was referred from, for example, Sterkfontein, and the MHCU was found to be aggressive, then Life Esidimeni will not admit the mental health care user. The reason is that Life Esidimeni is a step-down facility and not a facility for acute MHCUs. The MHCUs are first stabilized in hospitals like Sterkfontein. Life Esidimeni was for chronic non-aggressive MHCUs. This statement confirms what we discussed earlier on, that this is the procedure. Am I right? This is the proper procedure. Am I right?
That's correct, yes.
Yes.
Paragraph 11. The task of reducing the number of MHCUs in Life Esidimeni facilities was thus a difficult task.
That's true.
Why was it a difficult task?
It was a difficult task because of one, limited NGOs, and the NGOs that they had their own criteria. For example, an NGO will say, we want this gender and not this gender. We want this age and not this age. And we want mental health user with ID so that they're able to access the social grant. And it will be And at times, the NGO, the mental health care user needs to be transferred in an NGO which is nearer their families.
While still on this, who consisted of your MDT, the multidisciplinary team?
The psychiatrist, the medical officer, the occupational therapist, the physiotherapist, the nurses, and
Okay,
the hospital manager.
You said the psychiatrist?
Yes.
And the
medical
psychologist?
officer?
Or a
No,
medical
we
officer?
didn't. We had a medical officer, not a psychologist.
Okay. So these that you have referred to, you had them in your facility.
That's correct. Though the psychiatrists were sessionals.
What do you mean when you say they were sessionals?
They were not there every day, like the medical officer.
How often were they there?
They were coming on a weekly basis. It depended on the number of hours that they have with us in their contract.
The reason why I'm asking you about the psychiatry is because if you can go to page 1068, which is the project plan. That was just to identify the document. It starts from 1068, but the specific page that I want to refer to you is 1093. That's where it lists the number of staff that you had at your facility.
You see that?
You'll see that under Waverley, there is no psychiatrist.
Yes, I can see that it might be an error. But you have never been without.
Do you perhaps know any who was a psychiatrist at the name of anyone was there?
The staff who are here, those are the staff who were on our staff establishment. Those were the permanent staff. That's why probably the psychiatrist is not here, as I've indicated that there were sessionals.
But if someone is to have this document in their possession, you'll agree with me that he will conclude that there was no psychiatrist.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. How many mental health care users were at Waverley?
When?
At the time of termination?
If my memory serves me well, there were 580.
518 or 5180?
580.
Okay. If you can, Dr. Mkacho informs me that they were 604. Dr. Maimela, rather, my lady.
Dr.
Manamela.
Okay. Is that the evidence that she will tender?
Yes. Yeah.
640.
604.
604. Yes. Your response?
I don't remember exactly the number. That's why I said approximately 580. But it's possible that there were 604.
So the MDT also consists of professional nurse, also referred to as registered nurse. Would I be correct?
That's correct, yes.
Therefore, you'd agree with me that if there are about 604 mental health care users and there are about 13 registered nurses, it would mean that it's
there was about how many registered nurses?
13. It appears from page, it's there on page 1093.
Okay.
It's 13 nurses. You'd agree with me that it means it's one registered nurse per 47 mental health care users. You'd agree with me mathematically?
Yes, I do.
And were these 13 always at work, or there will be day and night? In other words, was it divided into two, where you'd find others are doing night duty, others are doing day duty, others are also off? Was it the structure?
Yes, I agree.
So in other words, it could at some point it could be way more than this, because if we divide this by two, mental health care users will always be there. They're not gonna go home, or they won't be off, or they don't go as night and day. So in other words, it could be more nurses as per the registered nurse.
I agree.
As the court please. So did you deem this to be an appropriate ratio?
It's because our head office was determining the staffing needs.
No, I'm saying from your own personal experience and as the nursing manager, was this an appropriate ratio?
It wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough. Thank you. And when you say it was because of your head office, you mean Life Esidimeni head office, am I correct?
That's correct, yes.
As the court please. Ma'am, let's then go back to page 1436.
Continue.
It reads as, I'm going to read from paragraph 12. I've already dealt with paragraph 11, my lady. Paragraph 12 reads as follows. Subsequent to the termination notice and before the process is started, we had a meeting with the GDOH, and the department indicated that they will place government officials at Life Esidimeni centers to facilitate the process. The individuals placed at Waverley were Dr. S. Linkwane and Ms. N. Sinelli.
That's correct. Yes.
It is my instructions that the following people were my instructions from Dr. Manamela. The following people were placed at Waverley: Dr. Gania, Dr. S. Lingua Gania.
Okay. Yes.
Dr. S. Linkwane, Miss N. Sinelo.
That's correct. Dr. Gani, Gani.
Yes.
Why don't you make mention of Dr. Gani?
It was an error on my part.
Yes.
Okay. It is my instructions that Dr. Gania was to assess the patients before they were discharged either to the hospital or to the NGOs.
That's true.
Yeah. So, and it is further my instructions that Dr. Sophie Lingwana and Ms. N. Sinelo were there for purpose of transfer.
That's correct.
So, you'd agree with me that the Department of Health placed these three individuals to assist Life Esidimeni on moving of the mental health care users.
Yes, I agree.
Let's then go to paragraph 13.
Continue.
During the strategic planning meeting with the GDOH, we voiced our concerns and sought answers regarding the plan and the NGOs. Our questions were never answered. We were asked to communicate with the family members and advise them of the termination of the contract and the transfer of the MHCUs.
The statement is correct.
When did you communicate with the families of the MHCs?
In Waverley Care Center, we communicated with them when they came for the family visit, for the our yearly family meeting.
Okay. It is my instructions that in terms of the service level agreement, Life Esidimeni had to hold monthly meetings and quarterly meetings with the families of the MHCs. So in other words, taking what you have done, we have said that was this done?
That's not true that we had to meet with the families on quarterly basis.
But after how long should you then meet up with a family member? When were you supposed to meet them?
The family members will be invited in the MDT meeting for a specific mental health care user. For example, if you want to transfer the mental health user to the family, you find that the family is not ready, then the family will be invited to an MDT meeting.
So when was this meeting that you speak of in paragraph 30? When was it held?
You said, when was it held?
That is correct.
Is this I don't remember.
If I can just take instructions.
Yes, you may.
Few seconds.
Yes.
Few seconds. Thank you. My lady, for fear of wasting this time, if needs be, we'll come back after lunch. In the event we need to clarify, to come back to it. It's okay. Let me continue. Okay, let's go to paragraph 14. We were fortunate at Waverley as we had our yearly scheduled meeting day, which was done the first week of December. After the termination, we wrote a notice that the contract was being terminated, and the notice was posted in the guardhouse, visitors' room, and at the reception. We informed the family members, and on the day of the open day, the family formed the family forum. They requested a family meeting with the former MEC, Dani Masangu.
Just read what is there. They requested a meeting, not a family meeting. They requested a meeting. Just that. Let's read what is there.
If I may, my lady.
They requested.
They requested a meeting with former MEC Masangu. Is that what you asked, my lady? Let me just reread the paragraph.
Yes.
Let me just reread the paragraph, my lady. We were fortunate at Waverley as we had our yearly scheduled family day, which was done the first week of December. After the meeting, we wrote a notice that the contract was being terminated, and the notice was posted in the guardhouse, visitors' room, and at the reception. We informed the family members, and on the day of the open day, the family formed the family forum. They requested a meeting with the former MEC Esidimeni Mahlangu as well as details of the NGOs to visit them. Some of the family members visited the NGOs, and upon their return visit to Waverley, they refused to allow family members to be transferred to the NGOs.
I agree with the statement.
So when I read from this paragraph, I don't see anywhere where you say we informed them they were with you. Instead, you had posted notices. About the termination.
We informed them in the meeting about the termination before we could go and post that communication in the guardhouse and visitors room, because we couldn't just post that communication before the families were told.
But that is not contained here in this paragraph of your statement.
I can say that, but it's true.
And this meeting is happening in December, am I right?
The 1st of December, yes, that's correct.
It is my instructions that...
But just a second, I don't understand your question, because as you read the statement, line 1, 2, 3, 4, the guardhouse, and then at the end of that sentence, it says we informed the family members, and on the day of the open day, the family formed the family forum. Coming from, we were fortunate as we had our yearly scheduled family day, which was done first week of December. After the meeting, we wrote a notice that the contract was being terminated, and the notice was posted in the guardhouse visitors room and at the reception. Then it goes on. We informed the family members.
My lady, I am indebted to the court.
Yes, continue. Yes, continue.
It is my instructions that the GDOH is the one that requested that the families should form a family forum.
The family, after we have communicated with them, they formed the family. They decided of who to be in that forum immediately at that particular day, immediately. Those are the people that now were liaising with our head office so that the arrangement can be made for the families to meet with the former MEC that time.
What are you saying? A statement is being put to you here to say, he is just saying that Ms. Mahlangu's, Dr. Manamela's evidence will be that it was the Gauteng Department of Health that requested the families to form that forum. Is it a yes or no? Do you agree or disagree with the statement? Was it formed as a result of the department or as a result of life Esidimeni? Or was it because
my lady, on that day, after we have communicated with the families that the government Department of Health is terminating the contract, they immediately formed a family forum where
on their own
in Waverley Care Center, specifically the families in Waverley Care Center.
On their own, or
on their own,
as a result of what
on
they
their
were told?
own on that particular day, on their own on that
so it
particular
was not, so you disagree with the statement?
I disagree that the instruction came from the Department of Health, but in Waverley Care Center, the families themselves formed a family forum on that particular day. It was not all the families that were in that forum.
My instructions are either that the said forum was requested to be formed in the meeting, in the subsequent meeting to the one that you are referring to, where the MEC or the former MEC Pedane Mahlangu was present.
Yes, I agree with that one.
That?
Yes, I agree that in the meeting, which the family requested the MEC to be present, then the Dani said, former MEC Dani said they should form a family forum. But at that particular time, the representative of the family forum were already there, as they've organized themselves on that day when we had a family meeting.
Oh, so that was in fact sort of a follow-up, if I understand you.
That's correct.
But you'd agree with me that there won't be the MEC Pedane Mahlangu would not necessarily say, let there be a family forum. If a family forum already is there,
She wouldn't know at that particular time.
Continue,
but
Mr.
at the meeting, surely people had introduced themselves, am I right? With the MEC and where Dr. Manamela was present.
They were introducing themselves when they were asking questions.
It's fine. Let me not labor.
The evidence is there. You can just pass. It's not a material issue. Continue.
As the confidence, I said, let me pass. Ma'am, how did you send invites to the families for the December meeting?
Our social workers will call the families and we also send letters to the families.
Yes.
As the court is. Ma'am, you still on paragraph 14. Which NGOs were visited by families?
I don't remember. But all I can say were the new NGOs that we didn't know of.
Are we still? Yes, I would be correct that you are talking about Waverley, where you were based.
Yes.
It is my instructions from Dr. Manamela that at that point in time there were no new NGOs. There were the only NGOs that were there were those that you have in the past been referring the MHC used to.
I don't agree with Dr. Manamela. They were phoning the social workers. If there's a new NGO, they'll phone our social workers.
But to assist this court, can you perhaps give us one or two names of the new NGOs? Can you do that?
Yes, I can. Ribafenye was one. Ribafenye was one of them that you haven't heard of. Siabadinga. Al Shaddai. Kana, I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's Kanan, something like that. Precious Angels is one of them.
Yes, continue.
It is a fortunate thing that Dr. Manamela is here. He informs me that she informs me that all those NGOs that you have referred to were not in the Ekurhuleni where Waverley was situated.
That's correct.
So my question is precisely on the NGOs, new NGOs at Waverley.
Those were the
Just a second.
This answers. I just want to inquire where this is going, my lady. What is the relevance of all this cross-examination? I submit it doesn't take the matter further to the core issues that this court must decide upon.
Mr. Makani?
My lady, it is one would know that cross-examination is also to test the credibility of the witnesses, the witness, and this witness speaks about NGOs that were not within her jurisdiction. So is she assisting this court? Because we must go back to this, my lady. What is before this court? Or what is before you? What is before you is, or can be argued in letters, they say, people were taken to NGOs that were not fit for MHCs and so forth. But can she testify as far as the question of NGOs are concerned? Because here, on her statement, she speaks about people going to NGOs. Is she someone that can assist this court on this question alone? That is where I'm going to, my lady. Hence, I have asked as to, there's no NGO that you have went to, because my client or Dr. Manamela will come and dispute and say, within Waverley, at that particular time, there was no new NGO. So what is said here to say, the families were dissatisfied with the NGOs that they visited. Which NGOs? The very same ones that were there already. Are they the one that they were dissatisfied with? Because the new ones were not there. That is all, my lady.
Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, this witness in her statement, in her affidavit, said that some of the family members visited the NGOs, and upon their return visit to Waverley, they refused to allow their family members to be transferred to the NGOs. The particular NGOs that they visited are not identified, and the witness testified now that she cannot recall which ones they were. She was then asked by Mr. Makani, give me the names of some of the new NGOs. The question did not limit where those NGOs were situated. He did not ask, give me the names of NGOs in Ekurhuleni. And Ms. Buthelezi was then taken to task on the basis that these NGOs are not in Ekurhuleni, the ones that she mentioned.
If I just before you proceed, just a second. On my notes here, I recorded which NGOs were visited by the families, and the witness said, "I don't know, but it should be the new ones."
Yes.
So I think that's the premise on which he comes from, because then the next follow-up was Dr. Manamela says that at the time there were no new NGOs in Waverley, but then she was just asked to, isn't it? No. Dr. Manamela says at the time there were no new NGOs. There was no specifics. Then she said, the witness said, I don't agree. Then there was this name the new NGOs. Then she started naming.
Yes, my lady. And then she was taken to task for naming NGOs that were not in Ekurhuleni.
Yes.
That was not the question. But it brings me back to the core of my objection. What is the relevance of all of this, my lady?
Thank you. Mr. Makani? I am not persuaded that this is relevant at this point. This question is not allowed. Let's avoid clouding this record.
That was not the intention, my lady, but I'm indebted to this
Okay,
court.
just try to just be specific, because now I don't want the witness to be confused or to be telling us things that are not relevant, please.
As the court, please. Let's go to paragraph 16.
Of the statement.
Yes, of the statement.
15 or 16? Paragraph?
15.
Okay. Continue.
In January 2016, former MEC Mahlangu arrived 2 hours late for the meeting with the family. The family members were disgruntled and expressed their dissatisfaction. In my view, former MEC Mahlangu was extremely arrogant, and they advised the family members that she was not closing Life Esidimeni, but she was terminating the contract and transferring the MHCUs to other facilities. If the family members wanted the MHCUs to stay with Life Esidimeni, then they could negotiate directly with Life Esidimeni. When asked how much Life Esidimeni would charge, MEC Mahlangu indicated that it was not her problem. The family also asked how the MEC and the GDOH were going to prepare the MHCUs psychologically for transfer, as they had adjusted to life in Esidimeni, and the MEC could not answer the family. I remember that she mentioned that in Brazil, MHCUs were cared for by their families. Overall, the MEC could not answer the questions. The first question from this paragraph is, what made you conclude that the MEC was arrogant on this meeting?
Her tone of voice was very harsh when responding to the families. And secondly, her facial expression was that of undermining. And thirdly, she was dismissing the questions, and she was choosing who to point. She will actually say, not you, not you, when people were asking questions.
Okay. From this paragraph, one can accept that the meeting took place in January 2016. Am I correct?
That's correct, yes.
And one can also accept that the termination notice was served by the Gauteng Department of Health in September 2015.
That's correct.
Okay. At this point in time, is 3 to 4 months later. What is it that Life Esidimeni had done to prepare the mental health care users for the transfer?
It's because there were still discussions. We didn't have a clear direction from our principals, because they were still having discussions with Department of Health.
So, what were the discussions about?
That I wouldn't know, because I didn't attend those meetings.
So there was no plan at all, and as far as preparing the mental health care users?
There was no plan either, even from Gauteng.
There was no?
There was either no plan in Gauteng to guide us on how
Which
to.
Gauteng? In the department?
Yes. because our head office requested the plan.
Okay.
The question is precisely on Life Esidimeni, not on Gauteng Department of Health, because I would understand that if you are told that the contract will be terminated on the, in fact, at that point, it was, I think it was still said that it will be terminated on the on end of March 2016. Then it was extended to June. If you knew that you need to prepare these people, you cared for them, they were in your custody, you should have prepared them. But come 4 months down the line, you are saying there was no plan.
In our climate meeting, patients were told that they are going to be transferred. They are no longer going to be with us. They need to understand that the environment is a change. Some patients will ask questions like, are we going to go with our staff? Then we'll answer them that no, we are not going to go with our staff. We will be having new people taking care of you.
Okay.
So discussions were held preparing them.
As the court is. From the meeting, the January 2016 meeting, from the Department of Health Gauteng, who was present?
Come again?
The January.
Can you repeat the question for me?
In the January 2016 meeting, from the Department of Health Gauteng, who was present?
The meeting with the former MEC.
The January 2016 meeting that you have just referred to in this paragraph.
Paragraph 15.
Yes. Who was present? The officials from the officials from Gauteng Department of Health. Dr. Sofilin Kwane was present. Radisha Sukal was present.
Radisha who?
Sukal, Sukhal, was present. SU.
Yes.
KHAL. I don't know whether I'm spelling it correctly.
Okay, continue.
Jessica Jalal was there.
Jalal.
Yes, JALLAL.
Yes.
Dr. Libete was there.
Yes.
Steve Mabona, the spokesperson of health at that particular time, was present.
Yes.
Those are the people that I could remember from the Department of Health.
Okay. Continue.
And the families were present.
There?
And the families were present in that meeting because they're the ones that requested.
The question is with regard to who from the Department of Health?
Okay, those are the people that I could remember.
Okay.
Did you make mention of Dr. Manamela?
No, I didn't.
Yes.
Oh, it is my instructions that Dr. Manamela was also there. The reason maybe you couldn't note her was that she didn't have much participation on the meeting. The person who was running the meeting was the former MEC Mahlangu.
For the fact that I didn't mention her is that I wasn't sure if she was present.
as the court, please. Let's then go to paragraph 16.
Yes.
It reads as follows. Besides the interactions with the MEC, we also had contact with Dr. Manamela, who visited the facility regularly. I recall that on one occasion, one of our nurses went with Dr. Manamela to visit one of the NGOs. Upon her return, the nurse informed us that the NGO was not suited as the beds were too close together.
My lady, please allow me to correct the visit. It was during the escorting because Dr. Manamela came to fetch the patient herself, and we assisted her with one nurse to escort the patients to that NGO.
So this paragraph relates to
Dr. Manamela. The nurse went with Dr. Manamela during the escort.
This specific incident that you say this is what you were told by one nurse.
Yes.
So then the nurse went with her to
an NGO
where they were transporting. They were transporting.
Yeah,
yes,
my lady. We were assisting Dr. Manamela with an escort. She didn't have an escort. She came to fetch the mental health care user herself to an NGO.
Okay, thank you very much.
As the court, please.
Just a second. Thank you. Continue.
Now so you have corrected this. You say you were part of this visit by Dr. Manamela. Is that what you said?
Dr. Manamela was visiting us regularly during the transfer project.
It is my instructions that this incident never occurred, where she would transport the mental health care user herself.
I don't agree with that because she was part of it. She came and she fetched the patient, but not with her transport, with her own transport. It was a transport from the NGO. We assisted her with an escort.
Which NGO was that?
I don't remember the NGO. I don't remember the NGO. But then probably the nurse will assist me.
What is the name of the nurse?
Mavunda. She's working in Kalinen now.
Mavunda.
Yes.
She's now in Kalinen.
That's correct.
So, ma'am, you are now disputing the contents of paragraph 6, where the nurse goes alone to an NGO and finds that the NGO is not suited because the beds were too close together.
I'm not disputing that. I was correcting the visit. It was an escort.
My lady, my learned friend must please not state, or he must describe what is said correctly. The paragraph does not say that the nurse went on her own, as he put to the witness at this stage.
Let me just quickly look at the paragraph.
The paragraph says, that one of our nurses went with Dr. Manamela to visit one of the new NGOs. The witness has now clarified that she accompanied Dr. Manamela as an escort.
Yes, okay. Mr.
My lady?
Yes,
Lady,
Mr. Makani.
When one reads something, must also interpret. By reading this paragraph, one would say the nurse is the one that went with Dr. Manamela. If she went with the nurse, she would say myself and one nurse, we went to, but here she does not feature. Hence, I'm asking as to, I see my learned friend is shaking his head. I don't know whether he wants to talk. I must pause.
No, finish and then I'll give him the opportunity.
Okay. Hence, here I'm saying, is he now changing what is in the statement? Is she now changing?
What is she changing according to you?
To say, I was part of this visit to wherever.
No.
The witness, if you look at the statement, let us just go to the statement. It doesn't say the witness went. She says, I recall that on one occasion, one of our nurses went with Dr. Manamela to visit one of the NGOs. It has got nothing to do with the witness. Now the witness, what she's trying to correct here is to say, this was not a visit, but an escort. We assisted Dr. Manamela with an escort. Am I Mr. Van Bergen? Or both of you, but before I go to both of you, let me hear what the witness says to what I've just clarified. Is it correct what you mean?
That's correct, my lady.
Yes, that's how I understand the statement.
That's correct, my lady.
Yes, you are not saying you yourself visited.
That's
with Dr.
correct, my lady.
Manamela. Yes. Mr. Van Bergen, before I hear Mr. Makani.
My lady, that is exactly how I understood it.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Makani.
Oh, so she has clarified that.
Even then, if you read it, it speaks for itself. She says she recalls an incident where a nurse, one of our nurses went with Dr. Manamela to visit, but now she's saying that was not a visit, but they requested an escort. Right?
Okay.
Can we pass it?
Okay, Malik. But however, Malik, after I have can I start? Can we? I don't know if it will be. Can we come back and can we take adjournment now? Because I see Dr. Manamela is writing something, so I didn't want to waste time. Can we take the adjournment now and come back at 10 to 2 or quarter to 2?
This is 10. This is 12 minutes before
1 o'clock. Yes.
Can we resume at 10 to 2?
I'm fine with that, Malik.
Yes, I hope. I think this is the opportune time for us to take the lunch adjournment. We will resume at 10 to 2.
May it please the court, my lady.
The witness is warned.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you very much.
As your ladyship pleases.
As the court pleases.
We have now reconstituted. Are we ready to proceed?
I am ready to proceed, my lady.
Where is the witness?
I'm present, my lady.
The witness is reminded that she's still under oath. I don't see your face. If they can just, Miss Marriott, just check the witness camera.
My lady?
Yes, just check the witness camera.
Can you see her now, my lady?
No.
I'm going to leave and then come back into the conversation.
Okay. We still can't see her. I don't know the others. Mr. Makani, can you see the witness?
I can't, my lady.
Okay.
Is it better now, my lady?
Yes. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath. You may proceed if you are ready.
As the court please, my lady. Ma'am, this statement that I'm asking you questions from, it was read to you by the evidence leader on Friday, and you did not clarify, or you confirm that that is your statement. I'm referring to paragraph 16. You did not make these amendments on Friday.
That's correct, yes.
Why didn't you make the amendments then? But 2 days later or 3 days later, you are making amendments to
Is that an issue to say there was an escort as against a visit? Because does it change the complexion of anything? Because at the end of the day, what it says to us is that Dr. Manamela was accompanied by somebody else through our assistance. That's how I understand. Am I correct, Ms. Buthelezi?
Yeah, correct.
So
Yeah,
is there
correct.
any? I don't see any problem with that because it doesn't change what the statement says.
Okay, Malik. Ma'am, you said if I just want to refresh your memory and mine too, you said you do not remember the NGO that they went to.
That's correct, yes.
It is my instructions that Dr. Manamela herself never took part in the transferring of mental health care users, as she's the director, or she was the director at the time.
That's not true.
That's why earlier on I have referred you to Dr. Leonkwane and Ms. Sinelo, that they were assigned or to deal with transfer purposes.
It's true they were assigned. Like I've indicated that Dr. Manamela at times will come.
But do you understand that let me just put it to you that Dr. Manamela disputes that she has ever went to Waverley and transported a patient, or was in a process or in attendance where a mental health care user was transported from Waverley Care Center to an NGO or to a hospital.
It's not true. That's why I said it happened on one occasion.
But now, do you perhaps remember the date?
The date?
Yes.
No, I don't remember the date.
You just remember the incident.
The incident, yes.
I'd put to you that Dr. Manamela was not, as the director, she was monitoring the process of this termination process, not its implementation thereof, as far as it relates to transferring of mental health care users to either NGOs or hospitals.
I agree with you. That is why I said on one occasion.
But ma'am, you have read this statement, you are prepared to come here, you are unable to tell us as to when specifically did this happen.
It happened long time ago. I wouldn't remember the date.
But you knew that you are coming here to testify and that statement is going to be used. Why didn't you try to get information such as this? Because your information that you have done here, you were, I take it that you advised that questions will be asked, and surely things such as this are important for us to know, or for this court to know, that on this particular day, even when this court writes the recommendation on this matter, it says on this particular day, Dr. Manamela did the 1, 2, 3, but the court would say on one occasion, which Dr. Manamela disputes.
My lady, an ENA that escorted the mental health care users with Dr. Manamela can be called. It's Mavunda. She was transferred to Kalinen. Maybe she can be called if she's still working in Kalinen.
What is her? Is it a he or a she?
It's a she. She's an ENA.
Okay, and the surname is Mavunda.
Mavunda, yes.
Mavunda.
Mavunda. Mavunda.
Do you perhaps know as to where was Dr. Manamela and Ms. Mavunda going? To which NGO were they going to? Do you know that?
That's this question you have been asking it. She says she doesn't know. Do you remember? You said you didn't know, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, my lady.
Can we avoid repeating questions? Because, I mean, even then, you are asking this question for the third or fourth time.
As the court, please, my lady. Ma'am, and but there's a reason why I want to ask this question. If it's a repetition, I apologize. Do you perhaps know as to whether was it a new NGO or not?
It was a new NGO, but I don't remember the name of that NGO.
Do you know where it was based?
I wouldn't know because I don't know the name of that NGO. I forgot it. But Mavunda can attest which one, can give an evidence which NGO was that.
No, it's okay. If it's necessary, the court or the evidence leaders will call the Ms. Mavunda to come and assist.
That's correct.
But as the court, please. Let's go to paragraph 17, where you say the idea, that is page 1437 still. The idea was that we were to sit together to plan the transfer of mental health care users to the NGOs. We requested a list of the NGOs and the admission criteria. Notwithstanding our request, the admission criteria of various NGOs was not provided.
The statement is correct.
Dr. Manamela would come and say, the issue of admission criteria it was not necessary for it to be provided to Life Esidimeni because there were 2 people that were assigned to deal with the question of admission and so forth into NGOs and hospitals. That is Dr. Linkwane and Ms. Sinelo. So the issue of transfer was within their prerogative.
Was within?
Within their powers. It
Okay.
was not, the powers was not vested on Life Esidimeni.
What is the response?
How were we going to advise them on the suitability of the mental health care for that particular NGO?
And if I may just take a question from from Dr. Manamela.
Yes, you may.
Dr. Manamela advises me that Dr. Linkwane and Ms. Sinelo were now based at Life Esidimeni, and she doesn't think that they wouldn't have asked for, if they needed any advice, they wouldn't have asked for same from Life Esidimeni.
Come again? They wouldn't, if they needed advice, they wouldn't ask for it from Life Esidimeni.
They would have asked for it.
From Life Esidimeni.
Yes, because they were now based at Life Esidimeni.
Yes, you can respond.
We're working as a team with Dr. Linkwane and Ms. Sinele. They were asking for our advice. For example, will this patient be suitable to an NGO? We'll advise them that this patient is prone to relapse. So in an NGO, it's not suitable. The mental health care is rather be transferred to Sterfontein or Vescopis.
Yes.
In other words, what's the problem about the admission criteria if they were asking for advice as per evidence?
The admission criteria to NGO is important because why? Some NGOs will say they don't want patients who has a history of substance abuse, or they don't want a mental health care user who's less than 60 or who's above 60. Age was one of the determinations, and the gender was also one of the determinations. And secondly, patient, the ID, the patient needs to have an ID. Others will say the family, the mental health care user needs to have a family. Others, they'll be saying they don't want frail patients. Others, they will say they don't want patients on wheelchairs. Others will say they don't want blind mental health care users. So the NGOs differed.
But that would have been discussed with Dr. Linkwane and Ms. Sinelo. Am I correct?
They were supposed to provide us with the criteria so that we are able to advise them accordingly.
Let me leave this because I'm failing to understand why you'd need the criteria if you are actively involved in this.
But the witness, I mean, I don't know. The way I understand her, I don't know. She will correct me, Miss Buthelezi. All what she's saying is that for purposes of transferring them to NGOs, the NGOs needed to provide a criteria, an admission criteria. So if the department didn't advise them of that, then they would have problems because they wouldn't know what are the admission requirements for that particular. That's how I am I correct, Ms. Buthelezi?
Yeah, correct, my lady.
Okay, can we pass this? Yes.
My lady, the question is being asked and because Dr. Linkwane and Ms. Sinet are the ones who are doing the transfers, not Life Esidimeni.
But then put the witness, it's fine. Put the witness, put the question properly to the witness, because all what she's explaining, I can understand her evidence. If you are not satisfied, you must put a proper question to the witness so that she can know what to say to your question.
As the call, please, my lady.
Yes.
Ma'am, the issue of transferring of mental health care users to either NGOs or to hospitals was in the power or the powers of Ms. Sinelo and Dr. Linkwane. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, there is just a second, Ms. Maite.
My
Ms.
lady,
Maite,
prior to the
is your hand up?
Yes, my lady. Yes, my lady. Yes, my hand is up, my lady. With regards to the question that is being posed to the witness at this point in time, it is not in evidence before this court that
Come again?
indeed
It is not.
It is not in evidence before this court, my lady, that Ms. Linkwane and Ms. Sinelo are the ones who were empowered with these provisions as alleged by my learned colleague Makani. So when putting the question to the witness, he must stipulate that it is not in evidence.
We are having a problem. I'm sorry, we can't hear you properly. That's why I'm interjecting.
Oh, my lady. Lady, can I go out and come back in?
Yes, just exit the meeting and join again.
May it please you, my lady, is this better?
Yes, correct.
May it please you. Thank you, my lady. My lady, prior to the witness answering the question, I think it's imperative to correctly put the question before the witness. My learned colleague, Mr. Makani, indicates to the witness as if it is evidence before this court that indeed Drs. Linkwane and Ms. Hanelo were the people who were placed by the GDOH to be there for purposes of transfer. This has not been established as evidence as yet, my lady. May it please you, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Makani.
My lady, this is going to be the version of Dr. Manamela. Hence,
yes, put it properly to say. Just tell the.
My lady, if my learned friend would remember, this was put before previously when was I think I don't remember, I was dealing with paragraph where she omitted to mention Dr. Gani. Let me just refer to.
Yes, but we hear that now. Listen, yes. we are all coming back from lunch. This is cross-examination, as you always say. Let the question be clear to the witness. Tell the witness that this is the version of my client who's going to say 1, 2, 3, please.
Okay, my lady, I'll do
Thank you, thank you, Ms. Maite.
Ms. Buthelezi, the version of Dr. Manamela would be that people who are vested with the powers to transfer the mental health care users are Dr. Linkwane and Ms. Sinelo. After the assessment by Dr. Gani and her team.
My answer would be.
Just a second. Yes.
We are working as a team. because they will ask us which patient needs to be, we'll discuss together which patients needs to be moved first. Then they will advise that this is an NGO that the mental health care user needs to go to, without providing us with the details of the admission criteria.
Let me leave it for them to come and clarify at a later stage, but that my version I've already put it. Thank you.
Yes.
Let's then go to paragraph 18. In fact, that NGOs that they mentioned that were on the list were NGOs that we had never heard of since my appointment at Waverley in 1990. We had no history of transferring patients to those new NGOs.
The statement is true.
Do you perhaps know why there was a need for new NGOs to be appointed?
I wouldn't know.
But earlier on, you testified that in some instances, the existing NGOs would be full.
That's correct.
It is my instructions that the reason why there was an addition of new NGOs, it was for that purpose.
I'm not in a position to answer that.
Can you dispute that?
I'm saying I'm not in the position to answer that.
So you cannot dispute that?
I'm not in the position to answer that.
Can we move?
Let's then go to paragraph 19. Dr. S. Linkwane and Ms. S. Sinelo would arrive in the morning at Waverley Care Center. And then they would sit with us, advise us that a particular NGO will admit 20 MHCs without telling us the admission criteria for the NGO. They would tell us the date upon the mental health care users were to be transferred. We would continue to follow the process that we had always followed, that the mental health care users must be seen by a psychiatrist and also assessed by a medical officer before the mental health care user is transferred. All the multidisciplinary team members would do their own assessments. The medication for the mental health care users would be prepared, and the social workers would inform them, would inform that families that we were transferring the mental health care users to specific NGO. We would advise Dr. Linkwane and Ms. Sinelo that the patient was either prone or not prone to relapsing.
The statement is correct.
You've earlier on you have admitted that you did not have a full-time psychiatrist.
That's correct.
Am I right?
That's correct.
So what will happen under this circumstance? Because you say they come as per appointment. What will happen?
They were sessional, they had days that they were coming. That is why it was imperative that they provide us with the date of transfer so that we are able to arrange the psychiatrist to assess the patient.
This particular incident, if it was an incident where there was a change from 20 to 50 or change in numbers, when did it happen?
The first batch and the second batch of patients that were transferred, everything went well because we're given sufficient time to prepare the patients and and all that was done. Then starting from the third batch, that's where batch of transfer, that's where things went wrong. But I don't remember when was it. But what I know that the first batch and the second batch, everything went well. The third batch, that's where there was a problem.
But
because there was a list that was sent by Dr. Manamela, right? That list contained only the numbers to say in Waverley Care Center by this date, so many mental care users should be out of Waverley. In Vetport, whatever hospital, by so many mental health users needs to be out. There was that list with stipulated numbers and dates.
The reason why I'm asking you of the date, I want to see as to whether did you wait for the department to send you the list before you could prepare the mental health care users for leaving? Because the date is important.
Response?
That's what I'm saying. I don't remember the dates. This thing happened long time ago. It's almost 6 years, 7 years. I don't remember the dates.
My lady.
Yes.
May I have two
Yes,
2.5 minutes just to answer a nature of call, my lady?
But we just come back from lunch. What were you doing? This is not
My lady,
right because you're wasting the court's time. You can, okay, that's fine. Just go, please.
Thanks a lot, my lady, for the
Yes.
indulgence.
You may proceed.
Ma'am, so the life Esidimeni, Waverley, to be specific, only prepared the number that it was required by the department. They did not prepare others except those ones that were in excess of the numbers specified by the department.
We were preparing the mental health care user according to the number that was given, and in addition, because we knew that our psychiatrists are not with us on daily basis, as well as Dr. Gani was not coming every day. Dr. Gani was coming to do the physical assessment dates prior to the transfer, because he was not with us on daily basis either, like Dr. Lingwane and Ms. Sinwelo.
As the court please.
Yes, continue.
It is my instructions that Dr. Gani was there on daily basis.
I don't agree.
That will be the version of Dr. Manamela. I will therefore move to paragraph 21, which is on page 1438. I think this one, let it pass because it has already been dealt. It deals with the question of files. I wanted to confirm whether why the original files were not given.
You've done that.
Let's go to paragraph 23. It reads as follows.
My lady.
Yes, just a second.
May I please say something? May I please say something in relation to the files? An opportunity was given to Dr. Manamela, Dr. Lingwane and Sinelo that they can make photocopy of the file. And they were requested to bring their own photocopying papers, of which they did.
Okay.
Because you said something like.
Yes, continue. You were on paragraph 23.
Yeah, but the witness has said something, so I just want to follow up on. She says they had machines and papers to make copies. Which part of the files did they make copies of?
They'll make files with necessary information that they required, but not the whole file.
Do you have you did not know as to which part was it made?
like the periodical reports, yes, they will make periodical reports available, because when we're transferring mental health care user under normal circumstances, we'll send the last periodical report and the response from the review board recommendations, which was MCH 17, which is a response from the review board. And we'll also give the MCH 14, which was a decision that Waverley can keep the mental health care user. Those were, it was under normal circumstances. So they were also photocopying those documents.
Okay. But I know your ladyship would block me if I'm repeating or it's irrelevant. But I'm tempted to ask this. What was the reason of you guys to keep the files of the patients that were leaving, if I may, if you knew?
I'll give you the same response that I gave you earlier on.
You see, this is
a practice.
Yes, this question
no, it's fine.
you
Fine.
asked
If it was not the practice, let's then go to paragraph 23. The people liaising with the NGOs were Dr. Linkwane and Ms. Sinello. At times, Ms. H. Jacobus would visit the facility and provide information. We had no direct information as regards the NGOs and the level of resources, open bracket, available doctors, professional nurses, social workers, and care workers, close bracket, comma, services and admission criteria of the NGOs. We would therefore not advise them as regards to the selection criteria for any specific NGO. It is my instructions that Dr. Manamela was not involved in the day-to-day transferring of mental health care users either to the hospital or to the NGOs.
That's correct. That's why earlier on I said that you should visit at times.
Okay. Paragraph 24. We pointed out to them that specific mental health care users were prone to relapsing and that they were thus not suited to be placed in an NGO. They needed structured environment. We had mental health care users who were just not dischargeable at all, and notwithstanding our remonstrations, they were discharged. Approximately 60% of our mental health care users were not dischargeable. On this one, Dr. Manamela says, you're right, there were mental health care users that were not suitable for NGOs, and those were discharged or taken to the hospital.
That's correct.
Paragraph 25.
Yes.
Initially, the process was followed that the MDT with Dr. Linkwane and Ms. Sinello would identify the mental health care users for transfer. We would be told to prepare 20 mental health care users and they would be seen by the psychiatrist and the medical officer. The pace then started to increase significantly and we would be told to prepare 20 mental health care users, but then the NGO would arrive and would be told that they were collecting 50 mental health care users. That there was no time to then have the additional 30 mental health care users assessed by the MDT. We would have to rush to prepare the mental health care users, including their records, medication, personal affects, and discharge summaries.
The statement is correct.
So, again on this one, it is Dr. Manamela's, or it should be Dr. Manamela's version that she was not present or directly involved when this was happening.
What are you saying, Mr. Makani?
My lady, Dr. Manamela's version is, my lady, if you can just pause, Dr. Manamela is writing something. If you can just continue. My lady, I'm just taking instructions from Dr. Manamela and assisted also by Advocate Sibara. I'll be on off camera a little bit, my lady. Okay. As the call, please, my lady. In the event the witness does not know of this, we'll try to locate the specific document on the case line. But let me just start with the question. Ma'am, did you have the discharge and placement plan provided for by Dr. Manamela?
No, we didn't. All what she provided us that I know of, it was a list to say by this time so many patients in Waverley needs to be out. So many number of patients in Randfontein needs to be out. That was the list that we had. It's somewhere probably in the documents that were provided to this inquiry.
Okay, my lady. My lady, I beg leave to come back to this document later on so that I can refer.
What do you call this document? You say it's a discharge placement. What?
It's called contract LE contract termination placement and discharge plans.
Discharge placement and discharge plan.
Yes. Well, in the meantime, we'll check with other colleagues, and my learned friend here on the other side, Mr. Sbara, will be looking for it so that I can take the witness through it. But for the issue of time, I'll be dealing with. I'm just notifying the court that will come back to it.
Do you still have a lot of questions?
My lady, there aren't. I don't think there's still many. Unless if your ladyship wants us to
Are you
stand down and
intending to finish today? No, I just want to have an idea.
Yes, we are intending on finishing today.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay. Or if your ladyship can just give us a short adjournment just so that we can flow over on.
But why are we, you know, this waste of time? Why
No,
do
it's
we?
okay, but
I mean, we
then-
just returned from lunch. Some certain things could have been done during that time, isn't it? We can't keep on taking breaks and breaks. This takes time also.
But there are other things that the witness would say that you'd find that they're not necessarily on the statement. We've got Dr. Manamela here. Hence, I would say, I'm being off camera. I'm mooching. Can I take instruction from her? She'll then give me a document.
If we allow you a break, is that going to be avoided or what? Because you keep on asking. Because in any event, when the witness is testifying, there will be more things where you want to consult with your client, isn't it?
That is correct, Mali. Hence, I'm saying because of what is left, I don't think it can take. There will be more things to be introduced. If there's anything, I will ask if there's anything that she wants to introduce. Then this short break will then from there will be flow. There won't be any more
I'm
agenda.
just worried about these too much breaks. You just took a break. You said you wanted to go to the bathroom. Now you want another break. Is that how we are going to proceed? And this is not how the others did their cross-examination, isn't it?
My lady, it's not a question of
how much time do you need? Because how much time do you need? Because this, I mean, we'll just go into circles trying to discuss you trying to convince me. How much time do you need?
If you can give us at least 10 minutes, I think we'll be done.
It's now 2:38.
Then at 2:48 we can resume.
Yeah, but
if earlier will then call your.
Yes, let it be 10 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so should this be a break or you? In that, because I don't want everybody, we'll just wait for you. Just go and consult. We're not going to break. Must be off. Where is the witness?
I'm here, my lady.
Thank you. Proceed, Mr. Makani.
As the court, please. Ms. Buthelezi, may you go to page 1243.
1, 2, 4.
3.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Please introduce the document.
My lady, this is a life Esidimeni contract termination placement and discharge plan written by Dr. M.J. Manamela on the 26th of April 2016 to life Esidimeni.
Yes, continue.
Ma'am, you would see that.
Is the witness able to recognize the document?
Yes, I do, my lady.
Okay, continue.
Do you see that it starts with number of patients that you had, which is 604?
Yes, I can see that.
Then on the week of the 2nd to the 6th of May, which is classified as week 1, there's 120, and you were to discharge, to assess and discharge 120 mental care health users.
Yes, that's correct. I can see that.
And then the second week is 120, the third week 121, the fourth week 121, the fifth week 122.
That's correct. I can see that.
Okay. The reason why I brought you here, Ms. Buthelezi, is that even if you were required to discharge more than 20, the 20 should have been available because you were given around 120 to assess and discharge for a particular week. Am I correct?
You are correct.
You were given what? I don't get this. If you can explain this question first. Even if they were required to discharge more than 20, they were given what?
My lady, reading from the paragraph.
Yes.
Ms. Buthelezi mentions that there were
At times they will be required to discharge more than the number.
More than the 20.
Yes.
So I'm saying you would have the sufficient, because you are required per week to discharge to assess and discharge 120. So that gives you enough number to discharge.
Okay. And what is the response?
The time is not sufficient. You cannot assess 120 patients in 4 days. If from the 2nd to the 6th in 4 days, it's not possible at all.
Come again?
It's not possible to assess 120 mental health care user within the 4 days that is stipulated here.
Oh, okay.
But you...
Just a second. Continue. Continue.
Ma'am, this you must remember from the questions that have been asked that this termination is not starting in April per this letter. Am I correct?
I don't know when did you receive this document, but even if we received this document earlier to say we need to transfer or discharge 120, it was not possible because Dr. Linkwane and Sinwele they were the ones that were coming with the numbers to say the Waverley team 20 patients needs to be prepared because they're going to be transferred on this particular day. We didn't have, like I've said, we didn't have the psychiatrist and the medical officer on daily basis. When they are available, it wasn't possible for them to assess a lot of patients in one day. So mental health care assessment takes a longer period to assess.
Just to say, before you step down, you say you didn't have a psychiatrist and
the medical officer present on daily basis. They were sessional.
Okay.
Dr. Gani was the medical officer that was assigned to assist with physical assessment. He wasn't coming on daily basis, but when we received the numbers that we need to prepare, Dr. Gani was available, but it was not possible for him to assess a lot of patients like 120 as indicated here. And what determines the number of patients to be prepared? It was a number that came with Dr. Linkwane and Sinelo to say prepare so many because there's this NGO that is available to accommodate that number.
So Ms. Buthelezi, so you are telling me that from the 29th or let me just say from September 2015 until you received this letter, there was no preparation of the mental health care users from your side. That is what you are telling me, Scott.
Can I reiterate what I said previously?
Yes.
I said there were numerous discussions held by the Department of Health and our principals because there were concerns and challenges that they had that they were discussing. So we couldn't proceed in preparing the patient, and yet we didn't have that direction or directives.
So based on the discussions or on the alleged discussions, you decided not to prepare the patients until you received this letter.
That is not the evidence, if I understand it. Did he say they didn't prepare patients? That's not what he's saying. You are asking about the plan now. Don't put the words into the witness' mouth.
My lady, I've asked as to the termination is in September. They say that they had not prepared until sometime when they started preparing after the letter that I've referred to.
Is that the evidence?
That's what she said. She said there were discussions.
Yes. So to say there were discussions, does it mean that they didn't do anything?
If I may ask the question again, did you prepare any patients prior to you receiving this letter?
Which letter now? This table, this discharge plan, placement plan.
Yes, and my lady, for clarification purpose, my lady, the letter that is in my possession.
I'm getting confused because as I understand what the witness is saying, they've always had Dr. Linkwane and Dr. Senwelo who would tell them or give them the number of the patients that were supposed to be ready for transfer. Am I correct, Ms. Buteleli? That's how I understand what she has always been saying. Do you confirm that?
Yes, I do.
Yes, let's hear your question, Mr.
Okay, my question is, prior to you receiving the letter, the letter that I'm referring to, I've given is page 30769. It is the same, just that on the other document is not full. It does not even contain the Dr. Manamela's signature on it. But the full letter, it appears on page 30769.
Can I go to, if the witness can also go to the page?
Yes, I managed to find the page.
Yes, what is the question?
The question is, were there any patients that were prepared from September to February or to April before this letter was issued?
Our preparation was limited by having meeting with the mental health care user, informing them that there's a possibility of transfer them to NGOs or other facility or to their families. But how are we going to prepare the patients when we didn't have the names of the NGOs and their criteria? Because we'll prepare patients like the pre-discharge, we'll know that the pre-discharge are high functioning and that NGO accommodates the high functioning. So then we prepare them accordingly.
Okay.
You must remember that not all of them were going to NGOs. The ones that were going to that were likely to go to hospital, were they prepared?
It's an example that I'm giving.
But you see, Ms. Butelezi, at times you do not answer questions, and like this one. The question is whether you have prepared any patient from September until April before you receive this letter. You make mention of meetings. The answer does not require you to make mention of meetings. It's yes or no. We prepared, we didn't prepare.
My lady, with respect, the statement that was made by my learned friend is unreasonable in the circumstances. The witness answered, and I agree she answered with a question, but the answer is contained in that question. She said, how can you prepare patients if you don't have the NGO name and criteria? And then she explained by way of example, if you have high functioning patients, then you need to know what are the criteria to know where those patients have to be sent to. So the question was answered. The answer is the same as she has consistently given. You cannot select patients and prepare patients unless you know where they are going to and what the criteria are. The statement by my learned friend is incorrect and unfair.
Yes, Mr. Makani.
My lady, the question simply asked the witness as to what they've done. The witness.
Yes, but she has answered. What you should have done, you left it there. You after she had answered in relation to the NGOs, then you asked about the hospitals. You should just have left it there. What about the hospitals?
I've asked about
so
hospitals.
Let her answer. What about the hospitals?
I don't understand why my learned friend is
with regard to the NGOs, her evidence is very clear. She says that is exactly how Mr. Van Bergen has read it into the record. She says, how can we prepare them if we don't know the admission criteria of those particular NGOs, right? So it says something to someone who's listening to the question, isn't it? To the response itself, right? Now you want to know, you are saying, what about those who went to the hospital? So I don't know what happened then. I don't know how we arrived where you are. You made this conclusion. Can you hear what she says with regard to this question? And then we pass this because you have been, hammering on the same question throughout, and the answer is not changing.
Ma'am, what happened to the ones, did you prepare the ones that were going to the hospital?
We didn't know when those patients were going to go to the hospital. We didn't know, like most of our patients went to Vescopis. We didn't know that Vescopis has created a place for them. We didn't know that.
Yes.
Were you not told that they are going to hospitals and NGOs?
We were told that the mental health care user needs to be out of life Esidimeni. They were saying it's either NGO or to the families or hospital. With the hospitals, we're not even told with the hospitals because it's us who said with our patients who are prone to relapse and they need a structured environment. There's no way that this mental health care user can go to NGOs. That was an advice from us to them, to Dr. Lingwane and Sinelo, or the Department of Health, if I may put it that way.
As the corpus, Dr. Manamela informs me that Life Esidimeni was informed when termination letter was served that the mental health care users will either go to NGOs or to the hospital. So it was your duty as Life Esidimeni to prepare those mental health care users, as you knew that they had to leave your facility. Let me then, what is your take on that?
I cannot answer for the whole of Life Esidimeni, but in Waverley Care Center, we were told that the patients need to go to their families and the NGOs.
Can you pass this?
As the court, please.
Thank you very much.
I'll therefore go to paragraph 26. It reads as follows. The process of transferring the patients picked up pace, and Dr. Lingwane and Ms. Sinelo complained to us. They indicated that the process was a rush process and that some of the NGOs were not ready to receive the mental health care users. They also complained that they were under instructions from Dr. Manamela in respect of former MEC Kedani Mahlangu. They mentioned that everyone was afraid of her.
It's a true statement.
Dr. Manamela would come and testify that she established a team which she referred to as the NGO identifying team. This team had to report back to her on the readiness of the NGOs as far as receiving the mental health care users. And the report she received was that the NGOs were ready. Any comment to that?
I don't know that.
So you cannot confirm nor deny that?
Yes, I cannot confirm that.
And she further instructed me that there was no or what she says is the instructions that she gave to Dr. Lingwane and Ms. Sinelo were as part of her duties as the director of the mental health department.
I don't know her role, so I cannot comment.
And she says that she is very much surprised that Dr. Lingwane and Ms. Nelo were complaining to you, not complaining to her, as they should, either by writing letters to her or any form of traceable that's traceable.
I cannot answer on their behalf.
Yes.
Let's then go to paragraph 27.
Who now? Ms. Buthelezi, go to paragraph 27. I don't know who's
Yes,
there
my
now.
lady.
Okay, continue. Councillor.
All the mental health care users that were in Waverley Care Center were eventually discharged. I was the last person to leave Waverley, and on the last day, 31 May 2016, there were approximately 38 mental health care users that had not been placed at the NGOs and in the designated hospitals. We were informed that the 38 mental health care users could not be placed at an NGO as well as all the NGOs were full. They indicated that they did not have transport for them and they could not transport them that night.
The statement is correct.
Yes, Mr.
Can I make an addition?
Yes.
Then the Department of Health arranged later, they arranged the EMS to come and collect the patients.
This is now emergency services.
That's correct, my lady.
Yes, continue, Mr. Makani.
As the country. Why were they not retained at Waverley since the contract was still in place until the end of June 2016?
It's because all contractors, their contracts were terminated, and staff were transferred either to Vescopies, others resigned, and so on. So there was no staff and there were no services to provide the care.
When you say contractors were terminated by who?
They contracted by Life Esidimeni, like the catering services that had a contract with Life Esidimeni, as an example.
Okay.
Continue.
May you then go to paragraph 31. That is page 1440. Upon discharge, the mental health care users had their personal clothes and any clothing
No.
that...
Just read what is there. Start again.
Upon discharge, the MHCUs had their hospital clothes and any clothing that had been donated to them.
Yes.
I recall that there were few new tracksuits that were left in the facility after everyone had left. We did not keep any of the belongings of the MHCUs.
The statement is correct, yes, my lady.
Why were the other tracksuits left?
The few tracksuits that were there is the tracksuits that we kept for emergency room in a designated area.
And I think this question was asked previously. The same answer has been provided. Continue.
As the court is managed. Let's then go to paragraph 32.
Paragraph
32.
32.
Yeah.
Yes.
It reads as follows. The marathon project deviated from the transfer process we had been following for many years. Under normal circumstances, we would follow the following process. 32.1, we would have the MHCU assessed by the MDT who would satisfy themselves that the MHCU was suitable for discharge and transfer. 32.2, we would communicate with the family and prepare the MHCU for the transfer. 32.3, we would visit the family and or the NGO that was earmarked to receive the MHCU. 32.4, the MHCU would be sent on leave of absence initially for 7 days, then 7 days, then 14 days, then a month. 32.5, once it was established that the MHCU was adjusting to the new environment without relapsing, then the MHCU would be discharged and transferred.
Yes.
The statement is correct.
Ma'am, my instructions from Dr. Manamela is that had Life Esidimeni prepared themselves from the date of the service of the termination or the notice of termination, this could have been achieved. Even if it couldn't have been.
Come again? What does she say? She says Life Esidimeni would have prepared themselves.
Yes.
From the date of the notice.
Yes, from the date of the notice, which is September 2015. The steps that I've read out would have been achieved, even if it's not for all, but majority it could have been achieved.
Response?
I don't agree because it takes time to prepare a psychiatric patient for a new environment. And I'll reiterate what I've said previously, that there was still discussion and there were challenges. So we couldn't start preparing the patients whilst we didn't even know where they were going, because we didn't know the new NGOs, and we didn't know their admission criteria.
Yes.
It is further my instructions that the Department of Health didn't receive cooperation from Life Esidimeni on this termination process. And had they cooperated, the transfer process would have went very smooth.
My lady, in fairness, can my learned friend perhaps state in what respects?
Yes, because the question is too broad.
It's very broad, my lady.
Can you qualify your
thank you, my learned friend, on what the cooperation as far as it relates to preparation of the mental health care users that were to go to NGOs and also those that had to go to the hospital.
Yes.
Your answer to that?
I'm going to say what I've already said.
Yes.
That the preparation prior the marathon project, sufficient time was given to prepare those patients.
Come again?
I said prior the marathon project, sufficient time was given to prepare the patients. I said the first batch and the second batch, everything went well.
Yes.
Then the third batch is when the marathon started. So there was no sufficient time to prepare the patients accordingly because the time period was condensed. So there was no sufficient time to prepare the patient. Thus, when we gave the documents, when the patients were not assessed by the medical officer, we gave the last physical assessment, which was done on the mental health care user, because we're doing the 6-monthly medical assessments, which were done by the medical officer.
Thank you.
I'm asked to ask you this question. You refer to the marathon project. Which project is that? Because we know the termination project and this marathon project, we do not know it. Which one is that?
It's a public knowledge when they say marathon project because sufficient time was not given to us to prepare the patients.
So
the patients that we have.
What are you referring to? Just explain.
I'm referring to the third batch, starting from the third batch of patients to be moved from Life Esidimeni. There was no enough time to prepare those patients accordingly. That is, so it was a rush because like we have prepared 20, they will come and say, no, let's 30 today. But the list that they gave us previously, they will be saying 20 and then we prepare 20. Then in the morning or late in the evening, we'll receive an email to say, prepare 30. So there was no sufficient time to prepare them fully. Thus, we used the last medical report and the last psychiatric report, which was available.
Yes, is that the reason you call it a marathon project?
Yes, because it was a rush.
Mr. Makani?
As the culprit, I was just taking something from my learned friend, Advocate Zubara. Then
I see it's now we're nearly getting to 3:30. Do you still have more questions?
I might still have, Manly. I don't know if you want to stand down to tomorrow morning.
It appears I just want us to avoid revolving on the same issues for a long time, because that's the reason why you can't finish your cross-examination. Please.
As the copy. Let's Let's then go to paragraph 34 of your statement, which is 1441.
Yes, continue.
Following the closure of the Waverley Care Center, I accepted a position at Vedkopis as an area nursing manager. I was due to start on the 1st of June 2016 in Vedkopis. On the 1st July 2016, as I was tasked to see the proper closure of the Waverley facility, which included making sure that all medication left in the facility was moved to other depots/pharmacies, and all records were sent to Metro 5.
The statement is correct.
Why were the medication left at Waverley Care Center? Because the medication should have been dispatched together when the mental health care users were discharged.
Every mental health care user that was transferred out had medication according to the prescription. So it doesn't mean we're keeping medications, according to the number. So there will be a surplus.
So it was not that you wanted to keep the medication so that you could be refunded by the government, by the Gauteng Department of Health.
It's an unfair question. Patients were given medication according to their prescription.
As the court please. Lady, if I may just ask Dr. Manamela if I've covered everything, then I can then finish. As the court please, my lady, that concludes the cross-examination by the representative of Dr. Manamela.
Thank you very much.
As the court.
Thank you. Ms. Mboweni, are you ready? I think you are the one next. Oh, is it yourself or Ms. Mboweni? One of the two. Who's senior between the two of you?
That would be myself, my lady.
Oh, okay. No, it's fine. You may proceed.
May I please you, my lady?
You
Ms.
are
Buthelezi?
off?
On Ms. Dr. Lengwani, Dr. Sophie
Dr.
Lengwani.
Yes.
Ms. Buthelezi, as I indicated to the judge just now, I represent Dr. Sophie Lengwani in these proceedings. So my questions are basically going to be limited in respect of what you have indicated in your statement regarding herself. But before we go to your statement, I just require clarity in respect of the chronology of events. In terms of your statement, as well as the evidence that you have provided, you indicated that you knew that the contract with Life Esidimeni would be terminated as from 2013. Am I correct? You can't hear me?
Correct.
From 20, yes, I think you are breaking.
But,
just a second, Ms. Buthelezi, yes. Just check whether you are correctly positioned where you are.
I am.
I think I am, my lady. I'll just speak louder as well.
Yes, but I don't know whether you are very close to.
Is my face in the? Is it
yes.
Okay.
I don't know. Just try. Let's see.
All right. Ms. Buthelezi, you confirmed that you knew as of 2013 that the contract with Life Esidimeni would be terminated. Am I correct?
That's correct.
However, it was only in 2015 that it was formally terminated in form of a notice, correct?
That's correct.
You also indicated that it was in 2013 during a strategic meeting with the Department of Health wherein this information came to light. Am I correct?
That's correct.
In respect of this strategic meeting, what was the purpose of that meeting in 2013?
One, they were informing us that we are terminating. And secondly, they were telling us that the patient will be transferred to NGOs. And the other discussion, it was the staffing issue, how the staffing issue, because staff needed to be retrenched. I still recall our finance person was saying retrenchment will mean retrenchment packages. Are they going to add finances so that they are able to accommodate that? Those are one of the things that were discussed. And because majority of our mental health care users didn't have ID, are they going to assist us in making sure that the mental health care users have IDs? Because it's one of the requirements in an NGO so that they're able to access the social grant.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. What was your role in this strategic meeting? Were you there because you were permanently employed by Life Esidimeni? So was it like a staff meeting? What was your role?
As a nursing manager, at times will be required to attend those meetings, especially if the meeting is held in your facility, because they were changing venues. But if it happens in my facility, as a nursing manager, I attend. But if it happens in another facilities, it's only the hospital managers that will attend and the nursing manager of that facility.
Do you recall who was there at this strategic meeting on behalf of the department?
Dr. Manamela was there when she was taking a lead.
Yes.
Dr. Sophie Lingwane.
Yes.
Dr. Libete.
Mm.
I'm trying to recall. Hannah Jacobus will be there.
Who? Johanna.
Yeah. Is it Hannah or Johanna? Hannah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hannah.
Yes. Mm.
Jacobus, yeah.
In another meeting when we were discussing about the staffing.
Sorry, ma'am. Just for purposes of chronology, let's just stick for this purpose with just the strategic meeting and who was there. We're still going to get to the other meetings that were held.
Okay.
So the people that you have mentioned now, those are the only people that you recall at this point in time representing the Department of Health.
And Sicelo Shabalala was there representing HR.
You have already provided this court with evidence in respect of what occurred at that meeting, the concerns that you had, which you also addressed to us now. And you also indicated that you did not receive as much responses to all these questions that you had. Am I correct?
That's correct.
So then we move forward to 2015 when the notice is then served upon Life Esidimeni by the Gauteng Department of Health, indicating that indeed the termination is now imminent. There ought to be preparation for purposes of ensuring that there is discharging of the users. Am I correct?
That's correct.
What role did you take in ensuring that there is this in the process, if there was any? What was your role in ensuring that the users could be discharged?
My role was to prepare the patient by giving them information that they are going to be transferred to an NGO. And in giving them information that they're not living with our staff, they need to understand that they're new people.
But as you indicated in your evidence as well, there were a number of registered staff as well as registered nurses as well as auxiliary nurses. You were not there for 24 hours. You worked on a rotational basis. Am I correct?
I was there on a daily basis. I was reporting at 7 until 1600 hours. At the times, it depends if the things that I still need to do, I'll leave late.
From 7 till 600 hours.
And that was my contractual hours.
Now, in this, at what stage did you actually meet the doctor, aside from the meeting on in 2013? What was the other stage when you met Dr. Sophie Lengwane?
When they do audits.
And for purposes of ensuring the discharge of the users, was she also, you indicated that she was there and she was placed at Waverley, am I correct?
That's correct, on daily basis.
You also indicated that during her tenure there at Waverley, she was part of the process of assessing the users in order to make a determination of where the users ought to be placed, whether NGO, hospitalization, or home. Am I correct?
That's correct.
This process of assessment, you said in your evidence when being examined by Senior Counsel Hoorders that the assessment of patients was a collective decision assessed by the MDT, being the multidisciplinary team. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
Were you part of the MDT?
As always.
And who was the lead? Was Dr. Gale from Life Esidimeni, I
I think if you can just sit properly. Sometimes you are like...
I apologize, my lady. I'll try to sit still.
Just sit properly. I think it's just a question of positioning yourself there properly. Yes, if you can just move a little bit backwards.
May it please you, my lady.
Yes, just try.
Backwards, my lady. Okay. Ms. Buthelezi, you were indicating in respect of the multidisciplinary team, Dr. Gale. Was she also part of the...
Dr. Gale, it's G?
A-I-L. And
G-A.
I think her surname is...
Oh, Dr. Gale, yes, I remember this name, yes.
Yes. Was she part of the multi-MDT?
Gail was not based at facility level. She was at head office.
No problem. But was she part of the MDT for purposes of assessment of the patients?
No.
My instructions from Dr. Lengwane is that Gail was a person who was in charge from Life Esidimeni with the assessment of the users. It was Dr. Gale who, in fact, was walking around with her as well as Ms. Senelle, indicating that the diagnosis of the patients, the symptoms, as well as discussing where and how to discharge the various users. That will be the evidence that will be provided by Dr. Lengwane. Is there any comment to that?
That's not true. Our head office, in respect of Dr. Gale, a spreadsheet was sent to us requiring information on the mental state, the age, the family contact, and so on. That's the spreadsheet that was sent to the Department of Health. It's the department. Pardon?
No,
please
proceed.
It's the Department of Health, because we had to indicate if the patient is dischargeable or not dischargeable. That whole information was sent to our head office by all the facilities, and probably one spreadsheet was sent to the Gauteng Department of Health. She was not part of the MDT physically at facility level.
Who then was the doctor in charge of the MDT for taking, as you indicated in your statement, and perhaps now would be a convenient time to go to the statement. As you know, your statement starts on 1434.
I've got a hard copy in front of me.
Okay, I just want to go to the relevant section. Paragraph 20 of your statement.
Paragraph?
20. 20.
Correct.
You indicate that Dr. Lingwani and Mrs. Sinello would go with us to the wards. Who is this us that you speak of?
The MDT, including myself. But not the whole MDT.
Okay. So
some members of the MDT, like the social worker or the occupational therapist.
So there was no doctor available at that point in time?
No.
So there was no doctor available at that point in time. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
So it would be either a social worker or yourself taking Dr. Lingwani and Sinello around the wards to identify the various users and informing them essentially of the summary and whether or not they can be discharged to the various institutions and or hospital. That is your evidence.
That's correct, with the assistance of the registered nurses in that ward.
Now, this would obviously be the process that takes place prior to the actual transfer of the patients. Would you agree with me?
I do.
Once this determination is made, and correct me if I'm wrong, then your evidence is that the MDT, whoever was available at that point in time, together then with Dr. Lingwani and Mrs. Sinello, would then make a determination on whether a user is to be discharged either to an NGO or to a hospital or to a home. Am I correct?
That's correct. But further to that, we'll make an assessment because I've already identified the mental health care user. Then the whole MTT will do their own assessment because there was sufficient time with the first and the second batch of mental health care users.
Yes. Is it a Mr. or a Mrs. Sinello?
It's a Mrs. Sinello.
Miss. I think I heard her saying Mr. That's why I want to call.
No, it's not Mr. It's Miss.
Miss
Nongeba Sinello.
Yes, Miss. Yes, ma'am. I think when she put it to you, she said Mr. That's why I just want us to, yes, so that we shouldn't confuse the witness, because at a later stage it might be used against her.
I apologize.
I think they say, no, you said this, you didn't say this. Okay, that's fine. We know there is one Sinello, isn't it? Yeah.
That's correct, my lady.
Thank you.
So the assessment is then done. Then comes in the aspect of transfer. And that is then your evidence that Dr. Lingwani and Mrs. Sinello were then there for purposes of proceeding with it, with the transfer on the day. Am I correct?
That's correct.
You also indicated in your evidence, and I believe it was when you were being dealt with by, when you were cross-examined by the representative of Dr. Manamela, that on the day of the transfer, there would be another doctor, Dr. Gani. Am I correct?
Not on the day of transfer. When we're preparing the patients for transfer, according to the number that is given to us by Dr. Lingwane and Ms. Sinello. Because the sole responsibility of Dr. Gani was to assess the mental health care user medically.
So Dr. Gani is a psychiatrist?
No, he's a medical officer.
He's a medical officer. So then Dr. Gani, Dr. Lengwani, as well as Mrs. Sinello would be there for purposes of assessing the user before the transfer.
They were there to facilitate the transfer, to ensure that the number of mental health users that we have prepared, they've got the correct documents for transfer, they've got medication. And the process that we have agreed upon, that the families needs to be notified that the patient was going to be transferred to this NGO, and here's the telephone number. There is a document that was presented previously for that purpose. And we'll hand over from, the handover will be done from us to them, Dr. Linkwane and Ms. Sinello. Then we'll sign for each other that we have handed over. They will keep the copy, also kept the copy.
In your opinion, would you then say that Dr. Lengwani, as in her facilitative position, executed the duty that she was supposed to execute?
That's correct, I agree.
If I can just take you then to your statement. Starting from paragraph 12.
Paragraph 12.
12. Therein you indicate that there was a meeting that was held, and it was at that meeting that Dr. Lengwani and Ms. Sinello were then placed at Waverley for purposes of ensuring and facilitating the transfer of the users. You then indicate that during the strategic planning meeting, that's paragraph 13, during the strategic planning meeting with the GDOH, we voiced our concerns and sought answers regarding the plan and the NGOs. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, this aspect is related to the sequence of events. You've already indicated that the strategic planning event, strategic planning meeting occurred in 2021. So then it would have preceded 2013, I apologize. That's when the strategic planning meeting.
Okay. Yes.
In 2013, we had the strategic planning meeting. That was your evidence. Am I correct, Ms. Buthelezi?
Yes, that's correct.
Subsequent to that, then we get into the execution of the discharge of the users. So paragraph 13 would come before paragraph 12. Am I correct? Chronologically speaking.
Following the strategic plan, there were several meetings which were held. Several meetings which were held. It was not only that meeting. There were several meetings that were held post that.
But when you're referring to paragraph 13, you are referring to the strategic meeting of 2013. Am I correct?
Not necessarily.
Your evidence, when being examined by Senior Counsel Hasim on behalf of the families, you indicated that in paragraph 13, when you were speaking about the concerns that you had, these were concerns in relation to paragraph 9 of your statement. You agreed to this fact.
Same concerns were raised, regularly in these meetings. There were same concerns raised ever since we started with the strategic plan.
And were all the meetings that were held also, were they called strategic planning meetings?
No, not really. It was meetings in preparation for termination.
But yet you are uncomfortable to state that the one strategic planning meeting that you're referring to in paragraph 13 is the one of 2013.
It's because the same concerns were raised even in 2013. My lady, please allow me to make a correction on something. In 2013, a person who was, now I've recalled, in 2013, in that strategic planning in 2013, a person who was in charge for that, it was Mutawu. I forgot the first name. But if I'm not mistaken, he's now a CEO in Vescopis, if I'm correct.
So it was
Is
not
it a
Dr.
Miss or
Manamela
a
who was
Mr.?
leading.
Just a second, Council. Is it a Miss or a Mr.?
Mr.
Ma'am, your evidence earlier on was that it was Dr. Manamela who was taking charge of the strategic meeting. Are you now saying that?
Yes. In 2015, it was Dr. But in 2013, when this started of termination in 2013, Mutaung was the one who was leading. Then the subsequent strategic planning that happened in 2015, then it was Dr. Maname.
Continue.
Yes, sir. When you go through your statements, ma'am, in paragraph 19, you indicate that Drs. Lingwani and Mrs. Ansinello would arrive in the morning at the Waverley Care Center, and they would sit with us and advise us that a particular NGO will admit 20 MHCUs without telling us the admission criteria for their NGOs.
That's correct.
Your evidence with Dr. Manamela was that you would receive a list prior to having the users to be discharged. You would receive a list indicating that for purposes of tomorrow or whatever the timeframes were, we would require 20 MHC users to be prepared for purposes of discharging to a certain NGO. You
That's
recall
correct.
that evidence. In this statement, however, you indicate that it was only in the morning that this information would be provided to you.
It's incorrect. I said in the first and second page, they will give us the number of mental health users to prepare. Then we'll prepare. Then from the third page is then that, like we have prepared the 20 that they have said we should prepare. Then on the day or in the evening, they'll send an email of which we'll see it in the morning to say, prepare now additional 30 of whatever the number. Then in the morning, we'll start preparing. Thus, some of the mental health care users were not assessed by the medical officer or the psychiatrist because they were sessionals. But we'll give them the last medical report from the psychiatry and the psychiatric's last medical psychiatric report.
Thank you, Ms. Buthelezi. For purposes of my examination, perhaps I just need clarity. Is this statement in relation to the third batch? Would it be, can I take
the third batch? Yes.
Only in relation to the third batch?
The third batch and the subsequent number of patients that we had to discharge. But the first batch and the second batch, of which it was almost 40, if I'm not mistaken, mental health care users, there was a proper preparation of those mental health care users. Then from the third batch going forward, we didn't follow the right processes because additional mental care users were added.
Thank you, ma'am. You indicate in your paragraph 23 of your statement that the people who were liaising with the NGOs were Drs. Nkwani and Mrs. Sinello, and sometimes there would be Mrs. Hannah Yakobus.
Yakobus.
Yes.
Yakobus.
That's what you indicated in your statement, and
That's
you further
correct,
reiterated that in your thingy. You would have to accept, however, Ms. Buthelezi, that the dealings and the infrastructure of the Department of Health is obviously not within your knowledge. Am I correct?
That's correct, yes.
My instructions and the evidence that will be placed by Ms. Lingwani is that when it comes to the NGO, there was separate personnel that was specifically designated to deal with the visitations of the NGOs, assessment of the NGOs, and determination of suitability of such NGOs. Would you like to comment to that?
I wouldn't know that.
If then you accept that you wouldn't know that, then the statement that you made in paragraph 23 would not be factually correct.
Paragraph
23, wherein you state that the people who are liaising with the NGOs are then Dr. Zingwane, Mrs. Sinello, and Hannah Jacobus.
It's because at times they'll phone the NGOs when we are still preparing. See,
they will do what?
They'll make phone calls to those NGOs.
But now
when
what?
we're preparing the additional.
Okay, let me leave you to answer first.
When we're preparing the additional NGOs, they'll be the one that they will phone the NGOs because they also received a communication that it needs to be an additional of so many numbers. Then they will communicate with those NGOs on that particular day.
So just to get clarity on this current point that you're making, your evidence is that because Dr. Zingwane would then receive information that a certain number of...
I see there is just a second. I'm sorry to interrupt you. There is a hand here. Yes, Miss Marriott.
Thank you, my lady. Can you just switch off your microphone, Doctor? Can the court hear me clearly?
There's still some noise in the background. Yes, yeah, it's quiet now.
My lady, pertaining to the vetting of the NGOs as well as the transferal of the MHCO patients, it's two different aspects. And I would like my colleague, Advocate Maite, just to clarify pertaining to which aspect she's referring to this witness, because it's the vetting of the NGOs were done separately, and then the transfer were done on a second basis or later on.
Okay, Ms. Maite.
I'm not sure if ever this is related directly to my senior. Advocate Van Bergen would also like to say something.
Yes, I've just noted him.
My lady, nothing of great import. If my learned friend, Ms. Maite, could perhaps just slow down her presentation slightly to enable us slow writers to keep up, and also just to allow the witness to read the paragraphs that you referred to
Thank
before.
you very much. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Maite?
In no particular order of preference, my lady, I've definitely taken what has been indicated by Advocate Van Bergen in respect of my presentation. I will try to slow it down in order to allow the witness to also read the statement.
Yes.
Now, in respect of what has been indicated by my learned friend, Ms. Marriott, in respect of that, it was what I put to the witness in respect of the delegation of powers and duties within the Department of Health, my lady, is an instruction and is the version of Dr. Zingwane. I have not as yet I have not gone into details about the vetting because I understand that is not within her knowledge. I just merely indicated that when it comes to the NGOs, it was a separate personnel were then appointed for that purpose. If your ladyship would then recall, what was indicated by Ms. Buthelezi was that she is of that opinion on the basis that calls were made during that process. So I'm not sure exactly where, if it is an objection or clarification is sought in respect of what I have put to the witness.
Okay, Ms. Marriott?
My lady, my objection relates to the comment made that the witness is not truthful in a statement in paragraph 23.
Yes. I think that the witness has not even yet answered to that, because based on the answer that she gave, then Counsel Ms. Maite proceeded to say, then it means what you are saying on this paragraph is not correct. If she can just clarify that to the witness.
If the court can just give me a second to change the computers again.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady.
Ms. Buthelezi, in fairness to yourself, your evidence previously was that, well, as indicated in paragraph 23.
Just slow down as your colleague has asked.
May it please you, my
And I
lady.
see this should be your last question. If you can be properly cleared with the witness, it's 1 minute to 4 o'clock.
May it please you, my lady. Ms. Buthelezi, the statement that you have made, paragraph 23 of your statement, it indicates that Drs. Linkwane and Mrs. Senello were the people who were liaising with the NGOs. You also indicate that Hannah Yakuabes would at times also visit the facilities and provide information in respect of
just a second, it appears the witness is still reading the paragraph. Ms. Buthelezi, do you want to be given that opportunity?
I've read the statement.
Okay, just listen attentively, because hey, indeed she's very fast. Eh?
I will try to slow it down.
Yes, just slow down, please.
Ms. Buthelezi, in referring you to this paragraph, when I counter it with the evidence that you provided to the court earlier on, wherein you stated that you are not aware of what the designation within the Department of Health is in respect of who needs to go to the NGOs and who needs to deal with what duties for purposes of the transfer, can you clarify how you are able to make the statements that you made herein?
When I was saying liaising, I said it on the day of transfer. They are the ones that will liaise with the NGOs to say we are bringing so many patients on that day, not in preparation.
So you are referring to on the day of transfer?
Of transfer, yes.
Can we leave it here, or do you want to?
Suitable? No, my lady, it's a suitable time to adjourn till tomorrow. May it please you, my lady.
Thank you very much. Ms. Buthelezi, it's a pity you'll have to come back tomorrow. I can see Ms. Maite has just started and she seems to be in it. So you are want to be here tomorrow morning. Your oath still stands. We will meet tomorrow morning. The matter is adjourned to tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, and I hope everyone will be there so that we can finish the witness cross-examination. Thank you very much.
May it please the court, my lady.
As a copy this.